Alright, I think it's okay for us to get audio checks underway here. Now, in reality, it's just going to be me checking my mic, because unfortunately I do not have a second commentator yet. AK, he is running late for this evening, and he said he is expected to be here, just running late. We have no time window on when he's expected to be here, so let's just hang on for the ride, I guess. Alright, so then let's go ahead. Let's load into a little pre-race screen here. If it allows me to do it. That would be nice. There we are. So, here on your screen today, grid order for the top 10 for this race, and let's get this started the right way. Hello everyone, welcome on board for a special day today. I'm Fan2403. Later we will be joined by AKDJ 2006, but tonight, like I said, a very special night, very special occasion. It's time for the XRS Daytona 500. So this we announced back at the showcase back in around middle of December, right before Christmas time. We announced this at the showcase that this will be the first of 4 crown jewel events that XRS has planned, scheduled ahead of time that we will be hosting for this year, 2025. And this way we're starting it off with the Daytona 500. The crown jewel events for XRS are meant to be full-length events. They are meant to be stand-alone weekends that we go ahead, we go out, we get to host a full-length race for everyone to try and be a part of. Now, there will be some legacy on added to it, because everyone who is a winner in these crown jewel events will be considered a crown jewel champion and will have an automatic ticket bid for the XRS All-Star race that will take place at December of this year. So even though we just passed December of 2024, already thinking of December of 2025. XRS will be hosting an all-star race, and by winning this crown jewel, you have automatically locked yourself a ticket to that race, no matter what. So winning these events, they can have significance towards the end of the year. Some of these events may have cash prizes. We don't know. It was talked about to have this race have a cash prize for the podium, but I don't believe that will come to fruition. We try to only use cash incentives when it's necessary, mainly because we don't want people wrecking each other just for 25 bucks, right? We don't want people to be wrecking each other for that, and we don't want people to wreck each other, period. But here on your screen today, we have the grid order for today's race. This is the top 10 after the duels. The duels were raced last night. We were not able to stream those races, but we still held them. We had qualifying sessions throughout the week. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday we held qualifying sessions, with a last chance qualifying session being held on Saturday right before the duels. So plenty qualifying opportunities that we gave throughout the week for drivers to get on in, set a lap time, to try and get into one of these spots here, minus the bottom 2. So Tomato Drifts and RZX U5A MVP, those are the only 2 that are in the same spot from pre-duels and after the duels because the front row locks in their spot and their ticket to the race. So Tomato Drifts, he was able to get pole, and he got it by a somewhat significant margin. He ran a 46.416 to MVP's 46.454. So still very close, but we expect those close lap times here at Daytona. And the gap between first and second is a lot bigger, actually, than the gap between second and onward down. The difference between second and third place in terms of qualifying was bagged Veloster. He got a time of 46.460 in EMC Vision and got fourth place based off of qualifying, 46.464 or 467. Sorry. So very close times there, even just amongst the top four, just on lap time alone. But after the duels, we see the shakeup here. Obviously, Tomato and MVP, they keep their starting 2 spots. But then, bagged, nowhere in this top 10 at all. Stancy Boy, he initially qualified 7th into this race. So he guaranteed his spot in the race, but he didn't guarantee his position, and he jumped ahead. He went from 7th based off of time to now starting 3rd in the Daytona 500. Okay, in 4th, we have a returning driver after a long dry spell. We had Sly the Uberman. He initially qualified 16th based off of qualifying time alone, but then here in the duels, he was able to jump himself forward into that 4th place position. Then we have Jankum, who qualified fairly well in 9th, but that's barely outside the guarantee window, so he did not guarantee his spot in the race, but he was able to prevail in the duels, in his duel at least, so he was able to jump himself into 5th position. Shady Phonic, this is another driver who did not qualify well at all. He was on the edge. He qualified 22nd is where he qualified based off of lap time, but in the duels he jumped himself all the way up to 6th position. In 7th, we have Splick, who qualified 13th based off of time, but after the duels, he got 7th. EMC Vision, he actually lost positions based off of time, pure time alone. Vision qualified 4th, but then after the duels, dropped back a couple spots. Now he's going to be starting in 8th position. JSR Blackened in 9th, he was able to qualify, I believe here, 11th position based off of time, so he got a couple more spots here, was able to get up to 9th. And then Josh Kurz qualifying in 10th, or starting in 10th for today's race, but he improved a lot. He initially qualified 20th, so he went from 20th to 10th, so very, very good on him. Other people who missed out that qualified close to the top based off of time but are not in this current top 10 here. We have Bag Velocer. He initially qualified 3rd. We had Kart Racer, initially qualified 5th. And then we have EMC Rags, qualified 6th. And then we have King Cameron, who qualified in 8th position. And then in terms of where they're going to be, Kart Racer, he dropped all the way back to 17th position. Same with Rags, dropped back to 18th. Bagged Veloster literally went from just missing that guaranteed window opportunity to the 19th, and King Cameron starting 20th in today's event. Now, this is just based off of the pure order and the results that I have on my screen, or based off of what I have for the data provided for me. I do know that someone else was invited in. I believe that was Taihi. And Taihi, he was the first qualifier outside of the top 22. So somebody inside the top 22 did not show up to today's race. And Taihi, being the 23rd qualifier, he then went ahead and he was the next one in line. Sorry if I can talk. That would maybe help a little. Let's go ahead here. Oh, did not mean to show the green flag one yet, because we do not need to go green yet. But there is the starting order, again, just in a different purview, as we will be loading in here. And they're in a rolling start formation. I actually wasn't expecting that. And they will do a pace lap, because they still do need to check each other's cars, make sure they're in the right position. So let's go ahead. We will go and hop with Tomato. And it looks like, yep, cars are leaving. So already we had a little glitch. This is something that, yes, we do need to be aware of, and we do need to watch out for. It can happen. But tonight, this race, couple differences that we're going to be seeing in tonight's race versus the season opener that we just had 2 weeks ago here at Daytona. The season opener 2 weeks ago, that was only an 80-lap race. The duels were half that at around 45 laps. So this being a full-length 200-lap race, it is going to bring a different style of racing. At least if you're smart. You're going to go ahead, you know the race, it's 200 laps, man. You do not need to worry about the entire event, and you do not need to worry, especially before lap 100. And I believe we're changing the track. Yeah, that's the sports car circuit, so it's going to be changed right now only because we're trying to maybe get rid of a glitch that can happen on this game. We love glitches. No, we don't. But this game was claimed to be built for the ground up, and we still deal with glitch after glitch. So, thank you for your patience as we try to get everything rolling here. We hope to get this race started. We know the drivers hope that too. We know that this is going to be a long race. This is going to be a long one. Everyone's sitting, anticipating this race, anticipating the start, trying to figure out, okay, making sure those last second adjustments are on their way, making sure all your tires, your fuel is at 100. This is definitely a race you do not want to set partial fuel for. Really, almost any race you don't want to set partial fuel for. The only time you do want to do that is that if it's a qualifying session. You only want enough fuel to get you through the qualifying session. But for here for the race, definitely full tanks. Tire strategy, could we see it play out? I don't think we will, only because it is Daytona, and so tire wear doesn't really matter too much. Only unless you literally let all 4 tires get up to above 95%, I'll say. And I mean all 4 tires, so even if your left side tires need to be at above 95% in order for it to start making a difference, because now you will, one, no longer carry as fast of a top speed, and you won't be able to hold the third line up against the wall better. So now cars are lined up one by one. And now that that screen has been on there for a little while, we're going to go ahead and take that away. Once again, the drivers will have to go through and they will need to test if everything is good or not. Based off of time, driver data. I don't want that on. No, I didn't need that. Is that something I need to turn off here? How did I turn that off? Summary, damage, leader conversion. I don't need any of that either. Am I missing something, or should there be an extra button that allows me to turn that off? I feel like there should be. Oh, there we go. That was the player card. I wasn't sure which one it was supposed to be. There we go. Tomato Drifts will lead the field through here. It looks like they were able to get everything going and squared away. Tomato Drifts, NBPs. You see Stancy, you see Sly. All the cars there. You see Jankum rounding off your top 5. Splick is here. Shady Phonic, Blackened, Vision. Looks like a Ray's Peasant Flag. Josh Kurz. Culture's there as well. President John. Agent Snuff. Kart Racer. AMC Rags. Rewar. Waxy. Bag Velocir, Taihi, and the Big Mav. All will be starting this race. And the cars have made their way through the East Banking, where turns 3 and 4 here at Daytona. Tomato and MVP off of 4. They see the line. They see their preparation. This is the XRS Daytona 500. Tomato Drifts and RZX U5A MVP lead the front row to green. The Daytona 500 is underway. Automatically there you see Tomato getting a good jump on MVP. MVP trying to hold a little bit of a run on the outside lane. Speaking of the outside, no organization amongst the outside lane. MVP is pretty much a man on a mission on his own. A lot of cars trying to get filed in single file. And whoa! Do we have an incident, an issue? It looks like cars are leaving, so it looks like there is an issue with the lobby. So it looks like there was an issue with the lobby. Not sure what that issue was, and yes, we have an RIP in the chat. Oh, somebody was in the wrong tune. Well, that's interesting. It's alright, we love it. We really don't, but we have to say we love it. Missed the old Forza 7 days. Well, back on FM7, we just didn't have... We still had glitches, yes. We still needed to deal with them, yes. But they weren't... Some of them didn't feel this bad. Or most of the time, high racing definitely the move. Well, we currently do not... I feel that we, as XRS, as a league, don't have the, you can say, so-called infrastructure to move some operations from Forza to iRacing. Oh, if I can speak. 3rd gen. Oh, that's Sunday Q and K. Haven't seen you in a while. Yeah. Very nice. Very nice. Well, we went through most of a pace lap and then the actual start of the race, but it appears, according to Tomato, he said that someone was in the wrong tune. I have no clue how true that actually was, or if there was something else going on that maybe they're taking care of here. But there we go. Another launch countdown underway. And based off of that launch timer, it looks like the stream, I believe. I view the stream on a playback to hear if there is an audio issue or anything like that. So sometimes I catch it, sometimes I don't. I think the stream is about 5 seconds behind. Like what I'm viewing on my separate screen is 5 seconds behind what I'm viewing on my monitor. I believe that's the difference here. Well, I would say, if, let's say, while we try to get the lobby going again here, a lot of things that a lot of these drivers need to keep in mind is there's debris on the track. I guess that's a good way to put it. The thing that I want to emphasize here is the fact that it's a 200 lap race. You have a lot of time to manage the field, to manage when you can go to pit road. You have a lot of time to think that. And I don't believe, we actually are mandating anything special in terms of caution rules. So we could still technically have a caution right away. But if we have back-to-back yellows right away, then that interval, instead of it being a roughly 4-lap interval, it's going to be a little longer than that. I think to a point we're also going to have some sort of maybe 10-lap interval put into place. And I see someone who joined the lobby, OWR Fierce. If they are watching to this broadcast, they can watch the broadcast because we are trying to save that one lobby spot open for AK when he is able to get back into the event. So I don't know if anyone knows that guy, OWR Fierce, but we please ask if you can shoot them a quick text saying, hey, there's a stream up if you want to watch, but don't spectate in the lobby. Unless they leave on their own. So let's try this again. We have Tomato Drifts. MVP leading the front row. Off turn 4, they see the finish line in front of them, anticipating the start of this race. Let's hope we don't have another botch. But here we are today. And the XRS Daytona 500 is underway. We're green at Daytona. And there, he left the group there. Much better start for the outside lane, so maybe someone who was in that incorrect tune just didn't have the gearing to go along with it. But now the front 4 kind of even here. Tomato Drifts and Stancy Boy paired together on the bottom line. And we have Uberman and MVP paired on the top. A lot of organization in the front, but you see kind of in the wide shots here, they're taking it easy in the back. They're not really making sporadic moves. It looks like they're going to hold in line for the most part because that's what we're going to see. It's a long event. There is no hurry as we've now completed lap 1 of the XRS Daytona 500. So now we've kind of see the field get separated here into two distinct groups. You see that kind of group forming there on the map. Looks like if we can head back to the driver list here. Let's see, first car in that second group, Culture. You have Culture and you have Flag leading the inside of that second group. Flag in the 99, Culture in the 33. This is a separate race from the actual Cup Series, so you might see other guys in different car numbers from what they're supposed to be in the actual XRS season, the Cup Series season itself. One driver, kart racer, and in his rightful 21 car, and not that 12 car that we're used to seeing him. So we've seen this pack form now. This is from about 13th or 12th actually on back. So the front 11 are in a pack, and then the back 11 are in a pack. Very interesting there that we've kind of seen this gap formed already. We're going to go a little bit further. We're going to jump on board 7th position here. This is JSR Blackened. He's currently that 4th car on that outside lane in the front group. And now we're seeing more separation amongst that front pack and the back pack. This is a different tune from what we ran in the season opener. The season opener, we ran a much faster tune. We managed 200 miles an hour, 205 entering turns 3 and entering turn 1, and the average lap time around that track was around 44.5 seconds. Here, lap time's been reduced. Single lap speed, as we read earlier a little bit in the broadcast, we're around the 46.4. So we're give or take a second and a half slower, second and a half, almost 2 seconds slower. So the speeds have been reduced, and whoa, a little jitter there. But speeds have been reduced, and and we still have the power handicap, the 0.8 on the front handicap. So we still have that to help with the twitchiness, and the speeds have then been slowed down. So hopefully this will create a little bit of a better racing environment. And if you notice, the time of day might look a little bit more sunnier than usual from what we ran in the home opener, and that is because this race will more than likely have a day-to-night transition like the actual Daytona 500. Who knows? We will have 200 laps to figure that out all the way through. And it looks like Stancy Boy able to make a move on Tomato for the lead. They're now 3 wide in the front group. Tomato shuffled to the middle. MVP now on the high line. It looks like he's going to have EMC Vision behind him, pushing him on the top line. It's just those two by themselves as a pair. You see a little further back, I believe that's Ray's Peasant trying to also get a good push with them occasionally. He then dropped back down to the middle. So Ray's maybe deciding whether or not if he wants to run with that top line or not. Sly getting a little tight through the middle there. There was almost contact between him and MVP. We're going to see here. Let's ride along with Tomato as more of this action unfolds here at Daytona. And here, this is everything that you have to go through. This is behind Tomato in the middle lane. Sly the Uberman is in one of the most difficult positions that you can be on track. You have a car inside of you, you have a car outside of you, you have a car pushing you, and then you have a car that's in front of you that you're trying to push ahead of the others. And there you see that rear pack still, they're not going crazy, they're not going 3 wide, but who's going to know whether or not that will impact them in a good way or in a bad way. Tomato still holding with MVP there, and it's going to take a lot to be able, oh, don't want to do that, to be able to actually hold up more than he actually wants to. Looks like MVP and Vision, they are holding their best, and they're actually able to surge ahead right before the entrance to a lot of the corners here, or you can say on the ends of the straightaways. That's when they're really prevailing. But here, corner exit, they don't really get the run. They don't really get where they want to be. But then here, middle of the tri-oval, they're starting to rally back. They're starting to rally back after the long straightaway. And then here, entering turn 1, MVP's the first car to cross the plane into turn 1. So that is the kind of line movement that we're seeing right now. And now it looks like two cars have split apart. I believe that's Josh Kerrs and Ray's Peasant. They have split apart. They are now a duo, running as a pair in 10th and 11th. They have split from the front pack. Now, this could be some sort of strategy call to try and bring the rear pack closer to the front pack. This is something called throw me a rope. You see this a lot in super speedway racing, especially on Forza Motorsport. And this is something that someone will do. They will go ahead and say, hey, throw me a rope. They're going to purposely drop back from whatever pack that they are a part of. In this case, Kerrs and Peasant were a part of the front group. And they're going to drop back so then they can give somebody in the lead or in the second pack, who is ever leading that second pack, in this case EMC Rags, the first car in that inside, they're going to eventually catch up into his draft. And that's going to catapult then this pack to Kerrs and Peasant, and the more cars they get, the more that they're going to be able to then catch up to everyone around them. Let's go back to the front here. They're still 3x3. They're still hanging on strong. And it's still the same three guys in each of the leading rows. Except this time, it's four cars in the middle, 3 cars on the bottom, and 2 cars on the top. But that changes straightaway by straightaway, because you see the car all the way in the back, I believe that's Splick. Splick, yes, he switches back and forth. Now he's in the middle lane, and then it looked like, I believe that was Jenkum, who then moved into the bottom lane. More cars splitting off. That's now Vision. That's now Vision and Rays who have split off from the main pack. But then now, Josh Kerrs, he's fallen behind. But now that second pack is now formed into a single file line. So instead of racing in a pack, they're still staying single file at the moment. It looks like the rear pack has more coordination than the front pack. The front pack, they're jostling for position. Now they're no longer 3 wide, they're side by side now. I believe they realized that just a little bit too much was being taken away from them by going 3 wide, although they have still continuously gained on the second pack, little by little. Little by little. It's now Sly leading that front row. MVP, he kind of fell off a little bit because he no longer has the support of EMC Vision, who was pushing him a lot. So us seeing this pack separation here, this is something that maybe we expected of tonight. We expected to see a little bit more patience while racing, and this is definitely what's occurring right now. We're seeing a lot of patience happening right now. We're not seeing that urgency to all of a sudden jump to the high line and race 3 wide. The front pack was MVP and Vision. They were 3 wide for a little while there, but so far nothing has formed up yet. Here now we get back to the second pack. They were single file for a while now, but now everyone kind of falling in, riding on with the Big Mav and the 43. The two EMC guys for EMC Motorsport, or E Motorsport, they are now side by side, leaning a front row. Coulter almost getting into the wall. You heard it a little bit that he got up there, but luckily it wasn't enough to Forza glue him. And so pack number 2 has gotten significantly bigger than the lead pack. The lead pack is only now 8 cars, with a straggling race peasant in 9th being the buffer in between 10th on back. 10th on back being part of this huge pack. They're all side by side. Coulter thinking about being in a third lane, or might have just got hang out to dry, because he doesn't really have anyone going up with him. Kart Racer jumps up to that third line. And whoa, flag on the apron, getting a little loose. They hold it for now. Flag got caught on the apron just a tiny bit, and you saw him get really loose, bobbing back and forth like a ping pong ball, going amongst all the other cars. He's able to hold it right now, and whoa, more jostling around for position. That's EVR Rewar trying to make some moves. He's going to split the middle 3 wide. He's going to split the EMC boys right through the middle. And what's so hard is that he's in a similar colored car to them. But here, Rewar now able to then lead the charge on this second group here. And it looks like right there, Josh Kerr's able to then lead out on that middle lane. Big Mav giving him a push. And then that's Vision on that third lane. Then Rags behind Rewar. But what a save earlier from Flag, being able to catch the car before it got sucked around, because that could have been a big wreck there, and we do not want that, especially happening here this early. But now we're 20 laps into this Daytona 500. 5th on back is in its own pack, and then we have Lonely Losney Raised Peasant sitting in 9th position. XRS most popular driver, not in the most popular position. Meanwhile, back at the front group, it's still side-by-side racing action. Sly the Uberman, Tomato Drift still holding each other side-by-side. And it looks like that's going to be Stancy Boy, who's behind Tomato, and then Slick behind Sly. Riding along currently, Shady Phonic, 3rd car on the inside. Then JSR Blacken, 3rd car on the outside. So this is something that we really haven't seen before, at least I haven't seen before, how it's going to work and operate. And on the mini-map, it looked like one car. That was President John. Wasn't sure if he then got loose. But there's now big separation here amongst these drivers. Not sure. We don't have AK listening into the booth, so we don't know if a caution will be called. It wasn't called that time because they're still racing back to the flag. We're going to see here if this will be the first caution of the night in this XRS Daytona 500. Sly able to get the run. It looks like he will get Tomato at the line that time. And they're still at speed. They're still holding speed. So no caution for whatever just happened there at the back. So that massive pack from 10th on back, being all of them simultaneously working with each other, that's now split into 2 sub-packs. So 10th through 16th are now in a pack, and then 17th on back, 17th through 20th actually, they're in their own little group of 4. And then you have the gap forming, obviously, Bag Velocir got caught up in that incident at some shape or form. President John now 1 lap down after he needed to go to pit road. Still just remaining side by side here for the most part. A little bit of contact there between Stancy and Sly. So now this front 8, they have been with each other pretty much now for about the past almost 10 laps here. 9 or so laps they've been hooked up here together. And we have no clue what impact this is going to make on drafting. Obviously, this front group, they don't really need to change much because that massive pack that had formed, it was 10th on back, was a full-blown pack. 10th on back, full-blown pack altogether. And they were practically not catching this front group. They were practically not catching the front group. And so now, about to reach lap 25 of this 500, we now need to start looking at pit stops for green flag pit stop windows and how that's going to separate the field and how that's going to shuffle everyone around via pit strat, because now this front group Sorry, I got distracted on my phone a little bit there. I can't react as quickly as I want to, but Cart texted me to check the single car. Well, President John, he did go into pit road, so even if I look at him now, I'm not able to tell if he had any damage or not, because he already went to pit road for repairs. So at this point, it's too late. The ruling is, if an incident happens, you indeed need to call it. You indeed need to say, you don't need to call it necessarily, you need to say what happened. So you need to say what happened, and then it is up to then JSR Blackened, who is the number 9. It is then up to JSR Blackened or Kart Racer in the 21 for tonight's race. It is up to either of those two to then make the judgment call and then call caution at the line. Here, Blackened makes a move to the outside. Gonna make it 3 wide. Very interesting here. He decided to jump on a line. He has no help. He'll just be by himself. Did not hold a run. Yeah, he wasn't able to hold it, so now he tucks back in line behind Sly. I don't know if he thought that he was going to be able to hold 3 wide and try to clear Sly with a big enough of a run, but I'm not sure, because this isn't a big pack to begin with. 8 cars, because now they're actually starting to string out a little bit there. You see Shady and Jankum, they're a little further back now. They're not tucked up right behind the pack, so I think we're going to start seeing some pit stops here soon. Cars on the mini-map there looked like Kart Racer and Rewar. These were 2 guys. Not the telemetry. Well, and I don't want to view his damage because that will pop up the driver info. And let's see here. Stancy leads the field to green at the line that time, and it looks like caution. We are under caution for the first time today. So, first caution of the night here on lap 29. this Daytona 500. Then have to adjust the overlay here. We did not hold a test stream like we did for the yeah, we did not hold a test stream like we did for the season opener. There we are. A little bit in a better position for the overlay now. It's not the one I need to adjust, Streamlabs. Adjust this one. So now this is where we wonder strategy. What's going to go into play here? Looks like a lot of guys are going to go in. We might see the whole field go down pit road. And it looks like, yes, practically the whole field is going to go down pit road. President John, he was only car, one lap down. And it looks like he's just going to get back to the lead lap. It is up to him where if he wants to go to pit road or not. Looks like he's going to elect not to, as he's catching up the field here. So, but he will still be that tail end car. Tomato Drifts cycled out to the leader. So Tomato Drifts, MVP, all going to be leading here. So the front two that started this race are going to be the front two that are going to field the green again here after the first cycle of pit stops. Completed 30 laps so far. And this will be interesting, whether or not we can expect this aggressiveness level to stay the way it is right now. I'm full on expecting this aggression to remain where it's at. I don't believe the field has enough incentive to actually try to put the pedal to the metal here. But I do believe the aggression might kick up in the back here on the restart, because that big field, the front, if initially started as the front 11 were all with each other, then it fell down to only 8 cars were then pretty much with each other in that top X. So we're going to see the differences here. The last one till now, green flag, back out. We're back underway racing here at Daytona. A lot of cars going single file there, kind of filing in on the inside line. But who knows? Hopefully that's going to keep that rear end of the field a little bit closer with this front group here. Less than 2 seconds separating the entire field right now, versus it was 5 seconds separating pretty much 8th until the 10th car being the first in the second group. But now they started to form double file once more. You saw 3 wide a little bit right there. Looked like I was further back. It looked like that was Vision. Yep, that's Vision. He was almost 3 wide there between Taihi and Flag. Now look at this, just a big group launching through here. But they're not 3x3x3 because we don't need 3x3x3. We especially don't need it here this early on. So definitely a little more managing. Whoa, MVP looks like he got kicked out of line. He's now the top car. Almost, he fell all the way back in that third lane. He went pretty much from second now to 11th in just a matter of not even 1,000 feet. So still, even though this isn't real life Daytona, positions can change just like that. You can all of a sudden be leading this race, and then now you're all the way back. Now you're trying to fight through middle of the pack. Sly, he's doing well for himself here this race. Able to keep consistent with Tomato for the most part, them battling side by side. We're going to go a little bit further. Now a third lane is starting to form. It looks like Josh Kurz being that first car forming a line there, and then EMC Vision then trying to follow on that third lane as well. Taihi jumps up. Looks like JSR Blackened wanted to jump up, but he couldn't. The gap closed very quickly. And then Culture in that third line as well, a couple rows back. So now we're leaning into this 3x3 group. Which I don't know if the field wants to be doing that this early, but who knows. Josh, looks like Vision then dropped down to the middle lane. And it's going to be Josh Kurz and Culture. Culture catching up to the back bumper of Josh. And Ray's Peasant. He went below the line, but he's falling. So I'm assuming he wanted just to get out of Dodge. He thought he didn't like what he was seeing. He's going to try and save himself. Track position here. They get into a wreck. Yeah, it's still Kurz, Culture on that high line. No one else decided to go with them after Vision dropped down. Kart Racer, he was all the way back. He was all the way back in 18th, even 20th at some point. So now he's fighting his way back up near that top 10 into this front group here. I wouldn't say the pack has formed into two distinct groups yet, although you do have a small 4-car skirmish there in the back. 4 or 5 car skirmish, that's between 17th and 21st. They're all together. Car Racer looked like he was thinking about going with Culture in that third line. Think second of it. Taihi still in the middle, moving around just a little bit. Now Josh Kurz moves down into the middle line. And then Culture looks like he's going to fall in line as well. So that 3 wide, they were getting dicey for a second. But here they're able to calm it down just a little bit because it's still lap 37. We are not even at the halfway point of where we were in our season opener, which was 80 laps. So we're not even halfway through what we ran in our season opener, which is a significantly smaller race compared to this. So definitely a lot of time to play with for a lot of these guys. And now they're back to 3 wide. Taihi and Culture. Culture, he's been the most dedicated to that third line. Not sure why. Vision and Sly got together. Sly going to be pushed all the way down and into the inside wall. There is a wreck here happening on the backstretch. Stancy Boy involved as well. And now, back to the line, it looks like Taihi was able to beat Tomato to the caution flag. So now this is caution number 2 of the night. Involved a couple cars getting together towards the back of the pack. Sly. It looked like Sly and I believe it was Vision who actually got together. So now, it's time as they roll through 3 and 4. We're going to see this round of pit stops. Pretty much the entire field went in for the first stop. I don't imagine that many go in this time, if any. Might see a couple takers towards the back. Looks like first taker is going to be Culture in the 6th position, so he's going to be the first taker in. Culture, MVP, Rays, the Big Math, President John, Stancy Boy, Vision, all your takers into pit road. So 16th on back will be the guys who just went down pit road. Looks like that's 7 drivers. I'm sorry, not 7. Or would that be 7? Yes, that would be. So yeah, 7 drivers went down pit road. Taihi will elect the inside line for this start. He will have bagged Veloster behind him. Tomato going to be on the outside, and he's going to have, who's that? I believe that's Waxy behind him. First I was going to say Flag because he had a red 99, but that isn't the 99. I think that's the, is that the 87 or the 97? See Waxy here for a second. I believe this is an SVG inspired, and that's an 87, yeah. So I believe this is Shane Van Gisbergen inspired car. So 2 cautions here in the first 40 laps. And we're going to see, once we get back going to green, whether or not the field is going to hold itself out, because our 2 cautions happen in relative equal distance from each other. So let's see how much the aggression level kicks up. Taihi is going to lead them across the line. We're back to green here in Daytona. Taihi able to get a very big jump, so now that's going to give room for Bagged and Tomato to get a massive run here on Taihi. So they're still going to get the big run, but it's not going to be as quick surrounding him. Especially, as you notice here, now they're 3 wide entering turn 3 and 4. It takes around 3/4 of a lap to actually get up to speed in this particular tune. You were able to get up to speed a lot faster in the tune that we ran in the season opener. That you were able to get up to practically full speed at the exit of turn 2. So here, you have the entire backstretch to also build up speed now. And you kind of see that organization play into a big factor in being able to fall in line, know where the momentum lies. And it does change up the restarts a little bit. Taihi, he then falls to the second car on the outside line. Waxy now leading the inside line, and you have Blacken trying to lead a run with him. It looked like Bag Veloster got into the wall just a tiny bit. He's now stuck. They're 3x3 there towards the back of the pack and around 10th position. Kurz and Kurz and Bag Veloster getting very close with each other. There was contact. right along with Vision here. He's kind of in the middle of this, trying to fight his way through the front of this field, but also trying to keep it calm enough that it's not going to create a move that can spark a wreck. And speaking of, Vision and Josh Kurz get around. They were mostly able to hold it straight, but it looks like their caution will be called. And that's 2 rapid cautions in succession. We're going to see here. We're going to see if that's going to spark a potential interval. And whoa! What happened here? It looked like there was a big checkup. That stacked up the field towards the back. And here, a lot of takers actually to pit road. Blackened being the first car to step out of line. Waxy, Kart Racer, Flag, Jankum. Looks like Rewar, Peasant, Sly, Culture, and Kurz. All of your takers. 13th on back into pit road now. Now under caution, 3rd time in succession here. Not back to back to back, but the first caution, that was at around lap 26, I believe, was the yellow. Got the field back going to green, then lap 39 we had a yellow. And then here our most recent caution on lap 44. We'll get back going to green here to take lap 46. Have no clue whether or not intervals will be implemented or not. So Taihi Tomato drifts. RZX U5A MVP. Definitely feels like the front 2 who started this race are definitely 2 guys that like to stay near the front for this race. Tomato, he's been near the front for almost every single restart today. And now Taihi leads the field to green here at Daytona. We're underway. Tomato didn't get quite the start that he wanted. He's not able to pull side by side with Taihi at the moment. But he does have MPP with him, so it's not like he doesn't have help to easily get him back side by side. Now he's side by side contesting in turn 3. The field going to be formed out side by side. Whoa, looked like an incident happened in the back. Sorry, I was distracted a little bit there. And we're still green. So I don't believe we actually that we didn't put in an interval, because that is incidents that has cars going into pit road, so it looks like this definitely is an interval period. EMC Rags getting into the wall. Now he got moved around. Blackened, leading back the field up front, so that definitely would have brought out a yellow, but we are still green, so that means intervals that have been put into place. Now we don't have AK listening in on race control, so we actually don't have a clue as to how long these intervals will be in place. Black Seaweed being one of those first cars. Whoa! It looks like he was about to Kevin LePage the field, and I would have laughed, but no, we still stay green. Tomato drifts leading that inside line. JSR Blackened through the middle. He's been kind of quiet just in this front half of the field practically all day long. And then RZX25A MVP, he started second in this race. Now he's leading that outside line. Very loose check up there. Tomato, he falls behind. So now that's going to leave a new opportunity here for Blackened to then chop down. That then cut MVP down to the middle. Vision, the new car, in that third line, the high line. So now the field's starting to get spread out just a little bit here through those incidents. It looks like we have the front 13, 14 cars in relative distance to each other, maybe even 15. So all relatively close to each other. Then it's scattered from there on back. Got a lot of single car stragglers and stuff like that. But they're 3 wide here in this front group, and they're approaching, I believe that's Stancy Boy. We'll see if we can get a better view of who they're actually approaching. Let's just go all the way back and see. It's actually Jankum. So Jankum, last car in the field pretty much, 22nd position. They are catching Jankum, but they're 3 wide right now. So Jankum, unless he then pulls, if this group stays 3 wide, the only place for Jankum to go would be the apron. Wow, got really close right there between MVP and Vision on the high line. Rewar, he's going to go ahead. He's going to push. Give a good push to MVP. But yeah, they're catching him. They're in his draft now, for sure. And they're in his draft in the middle of a corner. So they're going to catch him here very quickly. And it looks like Tomato and Taihi are going to move up because they cleared the other lanes. So now Jankum stuck on the bottom line. They were 3 wide, but luckily they cleared enough room to then go drop down to 2 wide as they now try to get around. Tomato, now the first car on the inside. Taihi in the middle. And now Jankum is now mixed around in this front pack. He's the very last car, 22nd place. Now, this is what can happen in a mixed field after a couple of sporadic incidents in what we had. Because now he's a lap car. He's not necessarily battling for position. He's probably just going to remain where he's at. Maybe not make a move. Really, there would be no point for him to make a move. It's not for position. Tomato, Taihi now side by side battling for that lead. Jankum going to be the second car on the inside line. Then that's going to be Shady Phonic leading behind Taihi. Vision jumps up on that outside line. He has help from Sly the Uberman. Kart Racer in the back. He looked like he wanted to go with them, and he does. He's going to fall third car on that outside line. Now, some guys have already gone to pit road twice in scheduled stops. And you can say scheduled stops under caution conditions, not green flag conditions. We haven't had green flag pit stops yet because we haven't had a long enough of a run. But who knows? Maybe this run will provide enough. And with the cars being slower, them running slower, I can imagine the fuel window is rough. The cars just go around. Yes, they did! It looked like that was Shady Phonic got caught around and Forza walled Ray's Peasant. Shady Phonic full blown into the wall. No! Waxy and others avoided them. Ray's Peasant also looking like a driver who got involved with that. So both of them getting involved in incidents here. And we are still green, it looks like. So the interval probably a little longer. Probably around 10 laps maybe. Perhaps the interval that got put into place. Yeah, I was talking, but I didn't know if I saw a car go around or not. So I waited for the camera to kind of pan around, and yes, I did see a car go around. So Tomato, Taihi, Vision. Jankum still mixed in with this front group. And Rays and Shady Phonic are now leaving pit road now. Field passing around them. You see him on the apron there. But obviously, we're not even halfway in this 500. I wouldn't give up if those are the guys in the back. Even Jankum, who's now 2 laps down in this race. I wouldn't necessarily count yourself out of it, because there can still be cautions that happen that you avoid, and now all of a sudden, the guys who are 1 lap down are now back on their lead lap. And then Jankum, he just needs one more incident, which then usually cautions breed another caution. To then put himself back in position. So, definitely, because a lot can change in this race. Now, if this were 2 laps to go, then definitely anyone who's not in this lead pack is out of the race. So pretty much if you're not in the top 10, you're now out of this race. If this was 2 laps to go, but this is not. Even if this was our season opener, because we're approaching lap 60 here, the season opener was 80 laps long. So even with the season opener being 80 laps in length, right? In 20 laps, a lot can change. Look at what happened from lap 20 of this race going into lap 40. We had a yellow and the whole field get turned around. I believe that means DNF. Ray's Peasant has DNF'd from the Daytona 500. So, very unfortunate for Reyes there. Wasn't sure if the internet actually gave out on him in that moment. I know he just got caught up in an incident, made him go one lap down. So, an unfortunate end to his 500. So, we are 3 wide, but we're not 3 by 3. Because you see that third line, that outside, it's Vision in the front, but then the next closest guy behind him is 3-4 car lengths back, and that's Slightly Uberman. Vision falling back more. It looks like MVP now tucked up behind him, so now he has help directly, so now it's going to be 3 by 3 the first 2 rows. The field is spread out here sporadically. One more going on. We're going to go ahead and turn off the track map here. Give you a little bit more vision and visibility here throughout the middle of the corners. Like that I forgot something here? I might have. Nope, looks like we should be okay. So through this cycle here, that now we've had a couple incidents, no cautions, you have to start thinking, okay, if we get into a long green flag run here, how long do we think that green flag run will last? Okay. Duel 1, the duels that were ran yesterday, Duel 1 ran caution-free, and that's a 45-lap race. So if we can then replicate that same stretch and anticipate, let's say the next 40 laps go green flag, then if this takes us all the way to lap 100, there's easily another pit stop in there, maybe 2 pit stops, that you'll have to do. And so now some of these drivers, they're thinking on strategy here. They're thinking, okay, it's been around 20 laps now. It's been around 20 laps now since our last actual caution. They brought us back, restarted, and regrouped the field. If we then expect this 40-lap run to play out, when should I then take my pit stop if I need to take it under green? Or do I have enough fuel from the wrecks and the yellows? So do I keep following the strategy of just pitting when a caution comes out? Because that is a strategy at certain places that you go where you know you're going to expect a high yield of yellows. Daytona being one of them especially. Because the key differences between this game and then, let's say, Forza Motorsport 7. Forza Motorsport 7, this front pack that you're seeing right now, you would never see. You would never see in Forza Motorsport 7 something like this. And especially them holding it this easily. Because the drafting mechanics and the physics, everything was completely different in that game. Here, completely different physics model, allowing for this high speed, high octane, you can say, high intensity racing 3x3 at Daytona, and then you can do the same style of racing at Sunset Peninsula. And oh, it looks like everybody's trying to make room for the lap car there. That's EMC Rags. He's in 20th place. He's going to go ahead. He's going to become 2 laps down. But right there, got very close. I believe that was Tomato trying to move up when there were already 2 cars to his outside. So You could technically, by the width of these cars, get to 4 wide, and it looks like Taihi goes into pit road now. Oh. I was about to say that by technicality, if you take the width of these cars, you can go 4 wide, but no, you have nowhere near enough room to comfortably go 4 wide. You can technically fit 4 cars, that does not mean you should fit a 4th car in that lane. And then, whoa, Taihi, he DNF'd going into pit road. And now Tomato drifts into pit road. Stancy Boy into pit lane. So, Taihi, that might have been a quit from this race. That might have been a quit the session. So I don't know if something came up that he quickly needed to leave, but that will be the end of his 500. Rewar going to drop back from that 3rd line, and he's going to become that 3rd car on the inside. So now it's Blackened on the outside. He has help from Jenkem, who is now in 19th, no longer in 22nd. And he's going to be kind of helping Blackened here. Not sure if Blackened would want Jenkem to actually help him, because Jenkem is still a lap car. He's not really going to be racing for position here. But he is racing in a position game with him and EMC Rags, because EMC Rags, he's fallen behind because they were about to go around him, and they did. I believe he's in that 2nd small pack between Cart and Sly. So I think that's a 3-car group, but there's only 2 cars for position there. And let's see, I believe, yes, that is EMC Rags with them. So technically, Jenkem is beating the one person on track that he can beat. Vision holding strong on the inside here in the front row. Blackened just playing this game of getting a run, holding side by side, but not enough of a run to actually clear him. And Vision having 2 cars behind him to Blackened's 1 behind him. That definitely plays a little bit into it. Now, if it were their home opener, it would be 10 laps to go. We would be roughly at that 10 to go point in the season opener. And just to give you a sense of that race with the cautions and everything lasted about an hour and a half. We are at an hour and a half on the stream, but the race didn't get started as the field here gets around Agent Snuff. Another lap car here. Now 13th on back is at least 1 lap down. The race didn't get started until around 23 minutes, or 20, I will say 25 minutes into the race. So that means this race is currently running at around an hour and 10 minutes right now, the actual race timer, rough estimation. So then with that and knowing that, that makes it to where once we actually hit the lap 80 mark, and it's probably going to be close to that hour 20 mark. So just based off of the tempo difference, a full race, which took around an hour and a half to run, a little more than that. Took about an hour and a half to run for 80 laps. It definitely cut down the aggression levels a lot. Blackened, and it's now MVP leading with him. Jenkins kind of on his own on that third line. I don't expect anyone to go with him, as he is a lap car, so you wouldn't be racing ahead of yourself for a position there. Unless, you know, bagged Veloster, he's at the tail end of this front four. And I believe this is the only group that we really have on track going at the moment. Because we have the front four being Blackened, MVP, Rewar, and Vision. And Waxy, another one, leaving the group here. So that's now the end to his 500. How many cars are we going to have at the end of this thing? I hope we can stay above around 16 at least. There's definitely still an opportunity to be in the store. Car Racer and Sly are still in their own world in 5th and 6th. They do have Agent Snoff and EMC Rags with them, 2 lap cars. They're still racing in this small group. And we have John, looks like he's working with the Big Mav. And we have Culture in 9th. He's all by himself. Running a 33, I believe that's a Max Verstappen inspired car. Red Bull, an interesting news, just actually announced that they are returning as a sponsor in NASCAR. It's been a while since we've seen the Red Bull cars in the sport. I believe the last time we saw Red Bull as a sponsor in NASCAR was the Car of Tomorrow era. So the Gen 5s, I don't believe they were ever a sponsor in the Gen 6 era. But yeah, they announced with Connor Zilch, or Zilich, I don't know how to say his last name, and Shane Van Gisbergen. So SVG and Connor are going to lead the Red Bull cars. The Big Mav now in pit road. Josh Kerr's also by himself. Tomato Drifts not by himself. He has Stancy Boy with him. But now you saw that front four, that pack there in the front, in the distance behind them. Because this is still a significant group. Even though it's only 4 cars for position, there's more cars in this group that are not for position, and these are mostly the lap cars that were part of the back here. Flag, you see he's in 16th, Shady Phonic 17th. And they're mixed in with this group now. Whoa, very close there between Blackened and MVP. Kind of beating banging side by side a little bit. Rewar going to jump to that third line. Once again, don't know if people are going to go with him. That would be for position for Rewar. And speaking with that same logic here, MVP has 2 lap cars behind him. But in a way, you'd rather have that if you're part of this front pack. You would rather have the lap cars be behind you so then you guys can still move around for positions. And then you're also not going to worry about that car behind you all of a sudden jumping out of line. Vision made that sharp left turn to pit road, so he's now going to bail out. So now I believe in this front pack, there's only 3 cars racing for position. Even though there's 7 cars in this group, only 3 of them are racing for position. That's MVP, Blackened, and Rewar. Every other car that's a part of this group is not racing for position. Or not racing for the lead position, I should say. That's Flag and Shady Phonic. Jankum are technically racing for position. Blackened and MVP now make their way to pit road. So now that leaves Rewar around and Jankum around. What happened? Rewar and Jankum. Rewar trying to get the car fired up, trying to get going again. Now that's Jankum. He went backwards. Jankum just went backwards. I have no clue if he has permission from race control to do that. Kart Racer passing Rewar on the inside now. That's definitely going to lead to a caution here. But now caution is out. So I had no clue what happened there because the camera obviously went to the cars that just went into pit road that time. That was, and I believe the cars that went in, that was going to be Blackened. Blackened and others went into pit road. So now the field gets regrouped. Now, if you're a lapped car, you're allowed to get your lap back, which we see a lot of guys taking advantage of here. And what happened here? Rewar DNF'd from the event. So now this another DNF for this race. And so much has happened, and we have now finished the portion that would have been just the season opener portion of this race. And we roughly hit that window, an hour 25, we'll say. How long it took. Already 2 laps down, so I called it quits. Rewar, we weren't even halfway through the race, and you called it quits? Come on, man. All right. We still love you. We hope to see you. Race 3 of the Cup Series next weekend. I believe we're going to be racing at Eagle Rock. No, Rewar, we did not actually see what you did. We only saw the back half of that. We only saw the actual spin. And then Jankum going backwards. We did not see anything else. Okay, so now we know what happened with Rewar. So he hit the pit road wall. Make that just a tiny bit bigger. Made the chat box just a little bit bigger. Yep, I'm out. Too embarrassing to continue. Well, like I said, we hope to see you next week for when we continue the XRS season. And it looks like Jankum going to be serving a pass-through penalty there at the start of pit road. We're back to green. And I believe my entire game overlay just shifted, so now I need to fix it again. And yes, we will see you next week. We will. Thanks for sticking around for this 500 for as long as you did. Split getting very close with other cars there. Kind of getting close, 3 wide. Shuffled out between the middle and the outside. Not showing which lane he wants to go in. Looks like he's going to get stuck in the middle. Tomato to his outside. Kart Racer in front of him. Tomato and Sly getting together in the back. But they're going to hold it straight for now. Stancy now making another move there through the middle. The field got very dicey there for a hot minute. EMC Vision and JSR Blacken, the 2 lead cars here. Sorry, looking at my phone a little bit, trying to see if I had any updates. As we're now approaching just around 15 laps until halfway in this race, and as you can tell, my co-commentator, AK, is not here. So I have no clue if he's going to be here. He did say he was going to miss the front portion of this race. So I'm going to shoot him a quick text, see if I can get any sort of status update on that. But for now, we're 3x3. Kart Racer being that lead car on the outside. It looks like he's going to have help. I believe that's Sly behind him. And then that's Stancy Boy behind Sly. Stancy fell a little bit ways back. He went back to the middle, now back to the high line. Culture, he's thinking about what line he wants to be a part of. Just a little bit of that effect every now and then. Of dictating how much draft you want to pull, where do you want to be, what do you think is the best position. Because I'm sure, depending on the guys that you see around you, depending on everyone that you trust, you know whether or not you're going to go ahead and hold the outside line no problem, or if you want to be in the middle line and you know you're not going to be a ping pong ball going back and forth between the top and bottom guy. One person who needs to worry about whether or not he's going to be a ping pong ball or not, MVP, who we've been riding along with here. In my opinion, in the little bit of super speedway racing that I've done on this game, both at Sunset and at Daytona. Sunset, obviously, you can go more than 3 wide, but Daytona, It's mainly this 3-wide racing here. Where MVP is in is one of the worst positions that you could be in. You have a car inside of you, car outside of you. And we had a little bit of a bobble there. What happened? Whoa! Other cars around! Was that a big lag spike? But that was JSR blackened. That was a huge... I think that was a huge lag spike. Because now we have multiple cars now stuck on the inside. Because we saw the flicker of... It looked like someone leaving the session. But we're still at 18 in the race. Rewar, Waxy, Taihi, and Rays. Those are all the guys who have left thus far. Or lagged out. Now we're back under caution, so let's get that pulled up at least. What happened? Because it definitely seemed like it was a... It just seemed like it was a lag spike. At least that's from what I can tell. There was a massive lag spike. Now Blackened, Cart, Sly, John, so I'm assuming these were all the guys involved into pit road. See Shady Phonic being the first taker into pit road. Looks like Josh Kerr is going to be the first faker. He's going to jump out of line. And he's going to have the big bag and bagged Veloster behind him. So quite an interesting front free we're going to have here after now the pit cycle rolls underway. Hart, Blackened, and Uberman, all the guys who were either mixed up with the field or caught up in that wreck. So we're going to get back going green here. Once everyone cycles out of pit road, they're going to issue the double file. It looks like Josh Kurz, he's going to elect the inside line at the moment. There you see all the cars rolling out of pit road. Jenkem now in pit road. Sly moving his way by, so he just unlapped himself. So I believe this will be the first time either one of these drivers are going to be at the front of the field for the restart. Because we've been used to seeing at least Tomato or MVP being a part of the front row. We also saw Taihi at one point. He restarted the front row. Saw EMC Vision. We saw him in the front row for a little while, battling back and forth. So it looks like this is going to be... Really, these front four haven't been in the front two rows for a restart, I believe, but they've been battling around for position. Back up the gears they go. We're back green flag racing. Kerr's not able to hold on strong, leading his inside line. That's going to leave room for the Big Mav, and Shady almost had room to lead that second lane, but no, MVP able to make a move right before the line. MVP and now Tomato. These are the two that have been used to being out front all day long. They are now leading the middle and the high lines, but neither one of them have significant help. So I believe that's going to allow the Big Mav good position here. But now, Tomato and MVP, they worked with each other a little bit, and now MVP clears. So MVP, then you have Tomato Drifts now leading that middle line. And he is going to jump out of line. MVP moved to the middle, trying to block Tomato, and Tomato instantly went to the high line. So now Tomato leading the outside, MVP stuck in the middle with very little help. The closest car is Splick around a full car length back, but he's trying to catch him here through the middle of turn 2. Tomato able to barely slide in front of Splick. I don't know if that was to get a quick run here down the backstretch or if he wants to actually get behind MVP. Whatever gap was there now, it is gone. Tomato, he then moved back up. He's now to the outside of MVP again. Splick is now second car in that middle line. And we're back now to two small groups. The first 15 cars are a part of a group. The last 3, well, they're with them right now. Around 3 seconds back from the main pack. There you see him in the background. Vision scraped the wall a handful of times, but it didn't slow him down that much. I know a couple content updates ago, Forza Motorsport, they made an adjustment, turn 10, made an adjustment to the walls, so then it's not the tiniest bit of tire rub that makes you all of a sudden glued to that wall. I'm assuming they just turned down the contact multiplier. Making it to where, like, no, you need to actually hit that wall significantly harder in order to slow yourself down. So here, when we approach then the halfway point of this race, I believe that is when we're then going to reach the 2-hour point in the stream. Well, we're going to hit the 2-hour point sooner or later. In about a lap and a half, we're going to reach the 2-hour mark in the race. But remember, the first 25 minutes of this stream was just the pre-race, trying to get the lobby going. So that has not been the actual time taken to actually get rolling. So we projected this event to be... Splick was about to get turned around, and that separated a lot of the fact here. JSR Blackened almost got around as well, but they're all able to hold it straight. I don't know how. I don't know how they held it straight. They were 3 by 3 all amongst the front couple rows, and 2 cars got loose within the middle line, but they're able to hold it straight. Good on them. I think that was a small yawn. So definitely not bad in terms of the time frame that we're at for this race at the moment. And I almost forgot here that we needed to upload it. We needed to upload the Mid-Ohio race to YouTube. I forgot if I did it or not. So I just quickly went to go do that. And car around! That's Tomato! Spinning throughout the back. Collecting more cars. That's Agent Snoff involved as well. Around 3-4 cars all involved here. Tomato got around in the back as we crossed the lap. We're around the halfway point. Caution is out. And whoa, this one definitely took a shift. If my overlays can work properly, I would appreciate it, but they don't. I love a lovely bunch, a fuddly bunch, beedly-dee. Now, I forget that song from The Lion King. A lot of cars going into pit road now this time. So pretty much a little more than half the field into pit road this time. And that's going to then now leave Splick, the leader, with Kart Racer, in now second position. So it's definitely going to be interesting here to see, now that we've reached halfway in this race. Yeah, we've only reached halfway. And we're approaching the 2-hour mark in terms of how long the race length has been, and then the actual stream itself. Stream itself, current runtime is around 2 hours and 4 minutes currently. So we'll say 2 hours, 5 minutes on the stream time, but the first 25 minutes of this broadcast was just the pre-race. First 10 minutes was literally just the stream starting soon screen, so yeah, I definitely think that we can definitely fill a lot more time here. This event projected to be almost 4 hours. So it's going to be for sure above that 3-hour mark. We're back through the gears and racing at Daytona. Hey, Kart Racer, we haven't seen him around much in the front of the pack all day, but he's going to be leading that outside row. Or who knows what that could become the middle lane here. But hopefully a lot of it dies down, because they've realized that in the 3x3 action, while it is fun to be able to do that, once you actually get in that position, it's really hard to move around, and then from there, it's actually harder to even try and recover from incidents, and then that just creates wreck after wreck. So hopefully we don't see that as often. What is going on with my overlays here? Something must have happened that caused my entire overlay to shift. Because now I'm needing to constantly adjust it. I'm assuming the game capture screen adjusted itself. And that's what's causing the overlays to now be off from where they're supposed to be at. But just like the Forza pre-race stuff, you can't always control it. Vision going to be that lead car on the outside. And Splick, he actually didn't get overran by Kart Racer right away, like we've seen a couple of new leaders towards the front of the field. Whenever we have that new leader. Big Mav, he was weaving back and forth a little bit there. I'm not sure why. But nothing came out of it. We're still holding it straight for now. Splick doing a fairly decent job here leading that inside row. He hasn't allowed Kart or Vision to clear him yet. We don't know when one of these guys is going to be able to generate enough of a run to then clear him. Looks like Kart almost generated enough of a run. It looked like that was Shady Phonic, got into a wall just a tiny bit. You want to be careful if you're in that third line, because you obviously don't want to pinch the car to the inside of you, but you also don't want to leave enough room for them to all of a sudden pin you up against that wall. So it's a matter of give and take, because you're also trying to get enough air on your car around the front of the nose to get a little bit of that side draft air, so then you kind of slingshot to the rear bumper. If you get too close, then it's going to make it to where you get on that outside wall, and then Forza wall, it will ruin your race. So you don't necessarily want to do that. But then if you get too close to the car to the inside of you, then that's going to leave opportunity to potentially have your tires get locked together. Whenever you lock wheels in this game, very, very bad, because then that interacts with the collision model, and that can very easily send a car around. And it's actually that factor right there, that collision model part of this race, that or this game, that caused the final lap wreck in our season opener. So we're going to see here differently how well that's going to play out or not. So we've completed what's now, once they cross the stripe, 108 of the 200 race laps. It's 201 because of the pace lap at the start of the race. So now with this, past halfway, we didn't have as long of a green flag run that we thought we were throughout the middle portion of the race. But they're still making fairly good time for the length of this race overall. Everyone has pretty much either got themselves back and forth between an incident. At one point we had the front of the field completely down to just 4 cars battling for position, then down to 3 at one point. To then now, here we have the first 13 cars all battling it out for position. And at one point, we only had 13 cars on the lead lap. So it's definitely been a back and forth race in terms of what we've been seeing, what we've been noticing. For the restarts, for whatever reason, we tend to see MVP and Tomato at the front, but Tomato just got himself caught up in an incident. So now he's all the way back in 17th. Still a lot of laps to go. And we're only 10 laps away for what would be, let's say, the second season opener. 80-lap run there, so... This is to give you reference of how much time there actually is in these races for positioning to move around, to make your way up to the front. Kart Racer in the very early portions of this race, he started all the way back. He started all the way back near 20th place. So, like, he wasn't in 20th, but I know he started somewhere near the back. But now, look, here, past halfway, 111 laps in. Now he's battling for the lead, 3 wide here contesting, with Splick and EMC Vision. And it looks like a car into the wall. That looked like Jankum. And it looks like, yes, he did catch the Forza wall. That was contact between him and another driver towards the back. I didn't quite see who that was. But now it's Sly the Uberman. Him and Vision got tucked around a little bit, and I don't even see Vision in this front 6, so it could have been Vision and Jankum. Now looking at it, yes, they're 12th and 13th, so that would make sense. And they were... Did that look like almost 4 wide? Looked like almost 4 wide, and it looks like, I believe, a caution's now out. All the cars have now separated their way through. Not sure why Sly was still full throttle there for a minute, but... we'll forgive him for that, because technically the procedure is once you're the leader and you've crossed the line, and you just have to roll out of the throttle. You don't have to hold down the gas any further. Looks like he did not cycle back out as the leader. That's currently EMC Rags, unless they still haven't adjusted yet for where they actually need to be. EMC Rags, not that. I hate it that it does this. Whoa, that just left a lot of guys down into pit lane. And Vision going to be the first car not to go into pit road. And the car to follow, Tomato Drifts. So I think Tomato is actually going to have this spot. I don't think he got caught up in any incident that's going to shuffle him back. So I'll make it to where even when he was all the way in the back, he's going to restart in second place. Because everyone else decided to go into pit road, so I'm assuming we were in a good portion to be able to actually get a good green flag stop in, or not green flag, but what would have been a green flag stop in. So you're in your pit window under caution, so obviously that's a go ahead, go to pit. You were planning on a pit during this time anyway. So that's going to leave Tomato to his outside. I have Agent Snoff and Splick in third and fourth. That's EMC Rags going to round off the top five, and then that's Sly the Uberman. And I would say, even though the stream is at 2 hours 16 minutes, we haven't reached 2 hours yet in the actual race timer. Looks like Coulter, he's going to speed ahead so then he can go down pit road. And it looks like it got waved off. So the field got waved off here. We're still going to be under caution for one more lap. So we will get back going to green here on to lap 116. So this was the first wave around start that they've called today. And the field, they didn't like the way the field was grouped up, or they didn't feel that every car had gotten grouped up the way they'd wanted to, trying to get the pack back together. Whatever the reason may be, the race directors called the restart off. Not sure what Vision's doing here. So it looks like he might actually be falling to the back. Now everyone in that row is going to move up one position. So effectively, I believe that puts Tomato to the lead. And now we're back racing. I tell you, definitely was not expecting that. So I don't know what happened with Vision. I don't know if he was having controller trouble or wheel trouble. That maybe one of his pedals felt like it was stuck or something like that, and he didn't want to mess up the start. But definitely something happened that Vision did not want to be the lead car for the restart. So then that led Agent Snoff to be in a good position here. They're back to three wide racing again. Uberman's going to be on the outside. He's going to have MVP behind him, and then JSR Blacken behind him. In the middle, it's Tomato Drifts, Splick, and then Kart Racer. And then on that inside line, we have Agent, we have EMC Rags, and then I believe that's Shady Phonic. Yes, that is. So I can definitely see it's starting to get a little bit darker here. So we can expect maybe the final 50 lap portion of this race. It looks like more cars got caught up in another incident, and that's going to be a yellow here. So caution. Caution's out once more. Okay, there we go. I believe I fixed the game capture now. So now it's in the position that it was supposed to be in before. So this will for sure get interesting. I don't expect many takers to pit road. It looks like Tomato, he's going to go in. So he got away with it one time, not going to get away with it another time. So that's going to leave Sly the Uberman. He's going to cycle back out to the leader. Excuse me. So far with the cautions that have been happening, they've been spurring, I don't believe we're going to see any real pit strategy happen unless we get a green flag run. Then we're going to see a lot of strategy start to form. Going to lead the field, Sly. And I believe it's going to be Sly, the actual lead car. I'm not sure who actually has control. Oh, sorry. All right, we're back to green. And Agent Snuff missed a shift. And that led that led cars going all over the place. And then it allowed Sly the Uberman to get a monster run, or monster jump, I should say, there at the start. This entire field is going to get a massive run now on Sly. JSR Blacken going to be the inside car, Splick the middle, and then Vision to the outside. They're going to catch him right at the start-finish line. They're going to be right to Uberman's bumper probably. And right here, yep, they're at his bumper. Blackened, he's going to move to the middle. He's going to get around him, and he clears him. There was no blocking that run. The Sly could not block that run at all. There was no way. There was so much of a lead, so much of a gap, that he was not going to be able to block it. So now, cars jostling all over the place. But Blackened, he moved to the middle lane, and Sly not going to give him room. And Blackened and Rags! And they will go around. MVP involved as well. this is Sly the Uberman. Splick. And now it's just the front 6 here. Or no, front 5. Here, Splick getting a run on the outside of this causes a caution. Splick would have got it right there if it was. But it looks like no caution to be called. Big Mav right on Sly's bumper. He's trying to lead. Good point here. There at the line that time, EMC Vision able to get it done. So that separated this group enough to where now, back in 6th and 7th, this is a second group now forming. But if this group, they stay side by side, and they don't! Tomato around, others collected, almost into the fence. That was Jankum. Oh, and a hard collision there. Agent Snuff getting into Tomato. Oh, I didn't notice the chat from Culture here. He said Joss can't see his car. How does that work if they're right next to each other? So that's not great. These two are currently trying to work with each other, can't see each other. Or one can't see the other. But now Vision and Splick lead the field side by side. Kart Racer. He's jostling around a little bit on that high line. He's currently 5th, but not sure if he's able to develop a run to get up to Vision right now. He's trying to. It looks like he's trying to. Now, through all these sporadic wrecks, they have just been wrecks. I wouldn't classify any of these wrecks yet as the big one. But at the same time, we're now approaching the final 70-ish laps of this race, so there's definitely still time for that big one to happen, especially if it happens on the last lap. Now it looks like it's going to be the Big Mav trying to hang on to this little draft. First it was Kart Racer not showing where he was going to go, but now it's the Big Mav trying to hang on to this little draft. So now this spreads out the field entirely. That one incident that happened, so obviously the interval's off. But you see here on the track map, we have one car in pit road, that's Shady Phonic, but there's a bunch of groups with each other. So we see the first 4 or 5 cars, they're all in this front group. Then we see 6 Bag Velocer. Said he was by himself position-wise, but some cars with him. That's Agent Snuff. So Snuff is with him. Then 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th. And then... Yep, so all these cars working with each other here. Then we go back. It's MVP, Blackened, and Rags, some of the 3 cars that got involved in an incident not too long ago. Rags went 1 lap down. Agent Snuff, who's currently working with what we saw, we're working with Bagged. Jinkum, a lonely car by himself in 15th. And then Tomato, he's by himself pretty much all the way across the other side of the track. And there, Shady Phonic has left the session. Here, front of the field, looked like they were all on the outside, single file. Now, this is something that became a meme in NASCAR. Now, a lot of cars, they've started utilizing the outside line. The reason why you utilize it at Daytona is because it makes your car more stable. You know, that little wall of air that forms in between the wall itself and your car actually puts a lot more downforce there on the right side of your car, giving you a little bit more stability throughout the corner. So that's why a lot of cars, like in real life, in the Real Life Cup Series, they like to run in just a single file line just like this on the outside lane. But now these guys running single file, but on the outside, if the other group, that group that was around in 8th or 9th position there, it looks like it's 7th on back, that little group there, if they start to race side by side and then on the lower line, then that will then allow them to catch this group. But this group now going back to side by side, going back to 3 wide. Sly trying to make a move on his own. And for now, it holds its tracking for right now. And this is interesting because Kart is helping Vision for the most part at the moment. And the Big Mav, he's helping Sly on the 3rd line. No one's helping Splick on the inside, which is what we usually see. We see cars on the inside. So this is kind of reverse of what we've been seeing all day. Then now Kart drops to the bottom. So now they moved around enough to where Splick has help with the Big Mav, but then that leaves Cart hanging out to dry on the outside line. Definitely, if there's one more car in this front five, then that would make it to where you're definitely talking about a little bit of a different way of racing, because then all of them would have a partner. No one would be left out to dry. We're going to take a look back in on this pack number 2 here, this little second group of 5. That's Flag, Stancy, Josh, looks like John, and then Culture. So these guys, they're side by side. They're not really trying to go 3 wide with each other at the moment. And in reality, they shouldn't try to go 3 wide, because you're not the fastest you're going to be is side by side racing. And in their current positions where they're at, it's going to be really hard to gain any ground on that front group, especially if that front group, when we go back to them here, they're pretty much doing the same thing, except they're trying to get a third lane going, battling for position. And the big difference with that, one, I think that's going to make this group run slightly slower. If it was 6 cars, then yes, I think they would be effectively going faster. But with them having 5 cars, I don't think they should be going 3 wide. But right now, the gap is big enough that they don't really have to worry too much about anything. And there's still plenty of laps to go in this race. Big Mav fell off just a tiny bit. So it's the first 3, all 3 wide. And then 4th is Sly, he's behind Cart. And then 5th is the Big Mav. He's also behind Cart on that 3rd line. But Big Mav, he's going to drop down to the middle. No, go back up to the high line. Now it's 3 cars on the high line. Whoa, Vision looked ghosted there for a second. Something just happened with Vision, because he just paused. I believe he paused and then went into pit road. I don't know if another issue just happened with Vision. Maybe something happened with a controller or a battery, a loose wire. I have no clue. But something happened, because that did not look planned. And now the front 4 all going to pit road here. So who knows, that could have been planned then on Vision's part. It just looked very weird. Because now with those front 4 in the pit lane, we're going to see the next car in terms of position is Bagged Veloster, and he just passed them at the stripe. But Bagged Veloster, he's by himself. He has no group. He's with Agent Snuff. But other than that, there's no one around him. So then Flag, he's now the lead car in the second group on the inside, with Stancy Boy on the outside. Sly, Card, Big Mav, and Vision got cycled out to 10th, 11th, 12th, and 13th. So who knows, this could be green flag pit stops, what we could be seeing. Because that was a whole group of cars that decided to go into pit road. Who knows when this group of cars here decides to go into pit lane, if they elect to pit with each other. which at Daytona, having a drafting buddy definitely helps. So I would assume a lot of these guys are going to go ahead. They're going to go into pit road soon here, if they want to stay on pit strategy. But if they want to run an off strategy, then they might stay out and run the tank dry. But as of right now, none of them went into pit road that time. And if they are catching the leader, Bagged is side by side racing with another driver. But I think they are catching just a tiny bit. Yeah, they're catching little by little. Because they were at 2.1 seconds not too long ago. Now they're at 1.8. So this group is catching Bagged. This is a 5-car group going side by side versus just a duo up in front of them trying to be side by side with each other. Gap is 1.6 now. So they're definitely catching. It's going to be maybe about another, I would say maybe another whole 2.5, 3 laps probably before they actually get him, depending on pit stops and if they stay side by side up ahead or if they go to single file. Flag gets turned around. Stancy involved as well here in turns 3 and 4. So now they definitely won't catch him. Heavy damage, it sounds like, from Flag there. But Bagged, he's still the leader. And I don't know if he had already crossed the line when that incident happened. And he needs to race it around one more time. But Bagged is currently the leader, and that was definitely an incident that could bring out a caution here. There you see Flag and then President John in pit road. And they're still racing. They are still green. I have no clue. That definitely looked like an incident that would have been worthy of a yellow. But I don't know if they had put on a really long interval or not. That may be okay. They were within an interval window. That or Flag didn't say anything. Yeah, without AK here, this is where you see the differences here. We can't listen into race control to then see what can happen. I mean, I could try to hop into the call, but I don't know how that would work. Because then I would need to have an earbud, and I already sound weird listening to the past, like the side stream too. So I mean, I could try. I could join like on my phone or on my, yeah, I could join on my phone, and then I can pop in an earbud into one of my ears, so then I can just hear Cart and Blackened. So now that leaves it here to where Bagged is by himself, Josh is by himself pretty much, and now this group here is MVP, Blackened, Culture, and then I believe that's 2 then left cars, because that's not Splick in Kart Racer. And that is EMC Rags and Jacob. John now into pit road. So definitely weird on why caution didn't get called there. I would have definitely thought that a caution would have gotten called. Wow, Blackened and MVP, they almost got together. So we saw what happened, and a cyclist stops, but then also them needing to try and lead a charge for themselves as well. If they were able just to hold it straight, I couldn't exactly tell what happened to Flag. All I know is that obviously it ended up with wheels locking and him turning hard right into that outside wall. Now we're on lap 150. So after we complete this lap, we have then officially gone through 3/4 of the race. So we're getting there. We're getting down to those winding laps. Right now, everyone's spread out. Only the top 10 cars are on the lead lap, and that was really close. Everyone in the front is going to pit road. So that's then the first 5 cars into pit lane. Kart Racer, he's in another group here with Splick, Big Mav, and Sly. You're going to see it doesn't look like they're going into pit road because I believe this group already went into pit road a couple laps ago. So now that will cycle these guys back out to the lead. So this was the group that was contesting earlier for this front pack. Now the laps wounded down and then we went back to this. So now it's this group that effectively is the lead group. And we will see. I believe we still have 1 or 2 more pit stops to go if this race remains green. So this could be differences of strategy here. This group, they're hoping the race stays green for the rest of the way because I believe they know they're going to get recycled out to the lead towards the end of the race. But then the other groups that went into pit road, aside from these guys, they are playing a different strategy. They're hoping a caution comes out. They're hoping that a caution comes out late race so that they're able to be in better positioning, track position-wise, for when the field eventually needs to regroup with each other. But the caution cutoff window for this race is still a bit of a ways away. The caution cutoff window is the final 4 laps of any race. So for this race, it would be lap 197. That would be the cutoff. So now that everyone's out of pit road, Vision, he's stuck by himself in 5th. But that was because he pit 1 lap prior to the group ahead of him, the first 4 cars. But it definitely did not look like a planned stop. It might have been the planned window, but it definitely did not look planned for him. It looked like he went ghosted. He paused. So I don't know what happened, whether if it was a controller disconnect or something like that happened at that time, so then he needed to go into pit road, but it looks like everything's okay now. Obviously lost a lot of time on track though, so he's going to need the group behind him. That's Bagged Velocer leading that group with MVP and Josh Kurz behind him. He's going to need this trio to catch up to him. And if I was Vision right now, I would probably be running the high line, the very high line on the outside wall. So then these 3 can actually catch me, and then we can get in a little group 2x2. So then by going in that little 2x2 group, you're going a little faster. Because then after that trio, we have Blackened, Culture, And Jankum still trying to catch a break late in this race. He's been a lap down. He was 2 laps down at one point early in the race, but then he was able to get back on the lead lap. But he's still hanging on strong here in this 500. I mean, he's already technically, he was last at one point in the race, 22nd. Now he's running 12th based off of pure position, and then the lowest he can finish now is 17th because of the 5 drivers who have now left the session or disconnected. So it definitely looks like this group that was led by Bagged, but now MVP, they're definitely catching him one by one. Oh, a little update for you guys. Anyone watching the stream who's currently in the lobby or in the race and just watching at home, we finally might get our color commentator. AK just gave me an update. He should be expected to be on in around the next 5 minutes or so. So he will be here for the final portion of this race, for the final quarter. So that's good news. But there, they caught this group with vision. So now it's these cars going to be leading single file behind each other. And let's see this front group, whether they're going to be 2x2. Looks like yes, they will be 2x2. And now you see the windshields glaring a little bit. That means this race is going to transition into the night. They're going to transition into the evening hours here soon. Yep, I mean the game does the day to night transition so nice here. It's going to be roughly about another lap or so before you're going to really see this speedway start to light up, the sun start to go down. It's very awesome. So the ending of this race will be at night, like we said, or in the nighttime hours. We had other cars going into pit road. So now it's going to be a matter of pit strategy. Because right now, unless some major incident happens, I don't see any of the groups that are formed right now. Because this group is single file. They're not jostling around so much. Yeah, they're not really moving around enough that could spark an incident unless they make a move too quickly. The front group, they were just running 2x2. This group now switches to running 2x2, and then looks like it's Blackened, Culture, and Jankum. They've separated a tiny bit. And let's see where all the lap cars are at. Jankum, we already saw where he's at. Rags, he's by himself. But it looks like he has a group behind him. I can't tell who that is. I don't know if that's the lead group or is that another group. So no, that's Stancy in 11th. Flag is the one who's pushing him. Agent Snoff, he's currently by himself, and that's the lead group in the distance behind him. Tomato, he's 2 laps down. And he's currently working with John, who's 3 laps down. So, definitely for Tomato and John, the likelihood of being able to the reach for this race definitely starting to get further and further away. But Snoff, Rags, Flag, Jankum, them just being 1 lap down, that can definitely still help. And now this group has formed into a group of 6, 7 cars. Now, so this group should effectively be the faster group. They should be moving now a little bit faster than the front 4. But the front 4, they're still going to be side by side, 2x2. And that's Splick, Kart Racer, Sly, and the Big Mav. And give me a second here. You guys are going to lose game audio for a second. All right. So now we're back. I actually needed to hop into a party so then I can send AK an invite to the party. So he should be joining here soon. He's already online, but we're going to have him in here not too long. Why does it say bagged as no time? I guess that's a small glitch in the spectator, but... So this second group here, they're about... I wouldn't directly say half a track behind, but they're for sure a straightaway and a turn behind. So they're probably, I would say probably just under half. So I'll say, I'll go around 40% of a lap behind. So they've been sitting at around 18 seconds here. We're going to keep an eye on that. Let's actually keep an eye with MVP. Because he's the lead car on the inside. And we're going to see whether or not this gap continues to stay at roughly 18 seconds. Because they were at 18.1 not too long ago. Now they're at 18.3. So they've lost 2/10 on that front pack. So this is actually really weird. In terms of what should be correct, this group right here should be faster than the front 4. Now they got it back down to 18.2. Well, like I said, they were at 18.1 not too long ago. And there they kind of got it into the 18.1s. But then, can they get it to the 18 flats, or are they going to lose 2/10 again? Almost. Almost, but then now they've started losing a lot of time. Jankum. And Vision. Vision just DNF'd from the session. That might have been a lag spike. Because it definitely looked like they didn't see each other on track. And now the front 4 are all in pit road. So now this will be a battle for the lead group. because they're just exiting their pit stalls. They haven't exited pit lane yet, but now they're going to be crossing them at the line. And now they've all exited pit lane. So yes, Vision, that was a disconnect, because we saw his player profile disconnect before. Sorry, before it actually said that he left the session. So the laps are going to be winding down here towards the end of this race. We're currently on lap 168. That first group, the first four that we had, that was Cart, Sly, Stancy Boy, and the Big Mav. Or I'm sorry, Splick instead of Sly. So those four, they just went down pit road. The second group was leading their way, and it looks like we have a caution now. So now caution on track, and I guess this came at a good time, I guess. Because now, here, we're going to go ahead, and we're going to have AK now with us for the final portion here of this race.
Hello, hello.
I guess, yeah, I need to do a mic check with you.
All right. Mic check 1 2. Mic check 1 2.
All right, you're good enough for now.
Oh, I've been deemed worthy, have I?
Look, mister, I missed 169 laps of this race. We're going to talk later, okay? We're going to talk later. No, I'm kidding. But look, at least you're going to be here for the final 30 laps of this race. And then this rundown, patience was key about 2 hours ago. Because then after that point, because the stream time, we're currently running at around 3 hours, 5 minutes, we'll say. That's the current stream time, but around the first 25 minutes of the stream was 10 minutes was the start, like the pre-stream screen. And then about another 15 minutes was trying to get the race actually started, because we didn't need to do qualifying this time. The qualifying happened all throughout the week and the duels last night. So here, we just need to worry about getting the race going, and of course we ran into a handful of issues. So I definitely think that the race run time is going to end at just past 3 hours. I think we're probably going to see an end race time of maybe 3 hours, 15 minutes, which is roughly the window that we wanted to be in anyway. So,
okay.
Yeah.
Unfortunately having to drop it of spectator because Forza has very graciously decided that it's going to crank all of my volume settings to 100.
Ah.
Yeah. I'm just quickly adjusting so that I can actually hear what you're saying instead of just car. In a few seconds here. Should be good now.
Cars have led their way around. It looks like they did a wave around here. So restart has now been waved off for this lap here. Tomato drifts into pit road. So actually really good for Tomato here, because Tomato, he was 2 laps down not too long ago. So now he's back on the lead lap. I don't know if I missed anything that allowed him to get up a second lap. Then we had another who was down 3 laps. I'm already forgetting who that was. I believe that was Snoff. I think Snoff or John. Actually, no, it was John. So John was 3 laps down, President John. So now he's back to just 1 lap down, along with Snoff. So I wouldn't necessarily say it's the end of the road for them. Because still, roughly 30 laps to go in this race, a lot of time. And AK, we were really seeing a time difference, at least in the beginning of the race, running you down here. The difference in when we ran that 80-lap race at the start of this season to this race now, definitely the aggression levels got kicked down a little bit. But here, we're seeing aggression levels starting to ramp back up, especially after lap 100. So we're seeing a lot of guys fight for position. They get a couple laps down, they come back to the lead lap. So it's definitely going to be interesting here in this restart. We have Split and Bagged Veloster going to lead the field back to green here. And there we go. I hear them accelerating this time. Not going to get called off. We're back racing here at Daytona.
And Splick took that early lead, but he did well to not get too far ahead, because, again, when you get too far ahead, you're going to have that draft that's going to get second place, and he's going to shoot right back up. It looks like MVP's going to challenge on the outside.
Yep, earlier in the race we saw Sly. He got a massive run. He almost had a full corner lead by the time they actually got to the exit of turn 2. But here, this is a different tune that we're running. It takes around 3/4 of a lap to get fully up to speed. And so by the time they got back around to the start-finish line, they got a massive run and he couldn't block it. So you definitely don't want to get too far out ahead. But just like this is what we've kind of been seeing on the restarts. And I definitely don't think that patience level of starting to go single file is going to set in. We're going to start seeing that 3x3 racing here soon.
Oh, yeah, 100%. This is, so for comparison versus the 80-lap race, we're probably, 10 laps to go in comparison, give or take. So that's kind of the aggression level that we're going to see. So again, we're going to see that third line start to form. I can see a car in the third line now. I'll see if anyone
Culture
takes with him.
Yeah, that's Culture. He jumped out to that third line. He's been using that third line a lot today. He's been using it up there, I guess, in confidence, because I don't believe he's actually driven all the way up to the lead yet. But who knows if he's able to do it this time. It looked like Cart was debating whether or not he wanted to go with him.
Now you're
looks like a handful of cars debating. There you go, Jankum. Maybe Cart wanted Jankum to go with him, so now Jankum goes up top. But they just fell behind a little bit. But Culture, he's still holding strong. He's up to that second row. I'm not sure. And MVP, actually, he might be blocking Culture.
Yeah, MVP tried to block Culture, but what happened is because he tried to block him, he lost all of his momentum. So that gave Culture an opening to try and squeeze into that 3 wide at the front pack.
And here we are, Culture, Culture, I had said, he's been using that third line a lot, but hadn't been able to drive himself to the lead. But now here he is. He's driven himself up from that third line. He started at around 11th position, and now he's able to contest for the lead in the top 3. But he doesn't have that much help behind him. If he can start getting some cars behind him, then he's going to be able to hold that line way better.
And as you say that, now you have 4 cars that just jumped up to that top line and got with him. So now the bottom line has the least amount of help in total between all of them. Oh.
Yeah, the bottom line has the least amount of help, but it's also the fastest way around this racetrack.
Oh,
being able to run around that inside. Yes, Josh Kurz. Yes, he went below the double yellow there. You're not allowed to go below the double yellow to advance your position. I don't believe he technically advanced his position.
No. I don't think so as well. He tried to go on the inside of Split here, and Split kind of tried to block him, and unfortunately was just a half a second late and kind of forced him down below that double yellow there.
All right, well, it looks like it's going to be okay. Culture gets shuffled back out to 7th position. He's still on the outside. He's just in what would be the middle lane if they were 3 wide right now. He has help from Kart Racer behind him. Kind of cars, couple forming single file on the bottom. So that really went from 3x3 to now, hold on, we need to calm back down here a little bit through that one little incident.
Again, now we have that third line form again. Now we're back to 3x3. It looks like a lot of cars are starting to try and use that outside line there to gain some momentum.
And that's also something that we've been noticing in this race for the most part. You see one car then go ahead, you know what? They made a mistake, they straightened out, they're going to try and fix it, but then they take just about a lap and a half to get regrouped up before they go back to 3x3 racing. Definitely very different from what we saw in the home opener. They were only taking about a half lap to go back to 3-wide racing.
Oh yeah, 100%. And when you get these races that are much longer, you're going to be a lot more conservative because it doesn't become it's not a sprint race where every position counts because there's only so many laps. In a race with 201 laps at Daytona, you have a lot of time. So it's just trying to put yourself in the right position for the end of the race rather than throughout the race.
And this will be, like we said at the top of the broadcast, this is the first of 4 Crown Jewel events for XRS. Okay, so the first of 4 Crown Jewel events for XRS. The other 2 that are really going to be full length and test these drivers to the limit, oh yeah. Try a 600-mile race at Homestead Miami Speedway, and then a 400-mile race at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. It's definitely going to be a toll.
Oh yeah, and this is an endurance race to the drivers, right? This is one where it's going to test kind of how long you need the patience. Oh, a huge check.
They really got almost together.
Car around. 2 cars.
That's Sly the Uberman and Tomato drifts around in the background. So this could be a race back to the caution flag here late.
Yes, caution is out. Caution is out.
So then it's MVP on the low line. Blacken on the outside. Splick almost sucked him around. Here leading back to the checker.
I believe it was Splick, but I couldn't tell. That was very close.
Not checkered flag, but a checkered stripe. And I believe that was Splick who just got it ahead of MVP. So caution now out here late in this XRS Daytona 500. So now that will allow John to get back onto the lead lap, and I believe Snoff as well, because the only 2 cars, yep, as he goes by. So the only 2 cars that were involved in that one, I believe, was just Tomato and Sly who spun.
Yeah, and I don't believe they have any damage either. I didn't see them make any other contact with any other cars or the wall. I think that was just kind of a case of someone checked up for some reason, and then everyone had to check up, and there was a stack up, and unfortunately, Tomato and Sly were the victims of that stack up.
So now here we're going to be inside the window of around 20 to go. We already saw green flag pit stops earlier, but do we see some takers going to pit road now? If I am towards the front and I know I have enough to go to the end of this thing, I'm staying out. I do not want to give up this track position. But if you're in the back, banking on a couple yellows, I wouldn't mind seeing a couple cars in the back.
Just one taker.
Like one taker, that's Stancy, going in, but it was near the back. And then John, one car that got back on the lead lap not too long ago, he's going to go for service. Not a bad move by him, trying to get some fresh tires.
Again, I feel like
lap.
I feel like the strategy here is either obviously if you're pitting, you're going for one of 2 things. Either you are on mediums and you're in the back of the pack, you're going to switch to soft to try and gain that extra 10th or 2, right? Just be that little bit quicker. Or option number 2 is this is your final stop, and you're gonna top up on whatever fuel you need, as well as potentially a new set of tires, just to get that little bit extra runoff.
Now, tires, they really are only going to play a factor here unless you're tire wear is in like the 90s in their percentages. So unless someone really has a set of tires that's that old, I don't think we're going to see many differences there.
No, and I don't think so either. I think it'll be mostly a difference between the compounds and who's running what compound.
But here, Splick is going to be the one to lead them back to green. And he has been up front here towards the second half of this race. The first half of this race was dominated by the front row of this race, which was Tomato Drifts, Pole Sitter, and MVP second. So MVP still in second, so he's definitely a strong contender to maybe even try and win this thing here. Culture, Kart Racer here at the front, they definitely were not contenders in the first half of this race. Definitely contenders here in the second half, and look at Jankum rallying back from being 2 laps down at one point earlier in the race. He rallied back to be back on the lead lap, went back to around a lap down. So definitely been an up and down day for Jankum. Let's see if he's able to end it on a high note. They're all going to be bound up and ready to roll. Here they go. Back to green flag at Daytona.
Oh,
what's going to happen here? Oh, no! That was bagged. Bagged Veloster. He got spun right off of the restart.
No word on race control yet.
Yeah, no word from race control. I was about to ask.
Caution, caution, caution.
Okay, so caution will be called as they race back to the line. Splick lost his spot to MVP. He jumps down in front of him for first, but now Culture, he's going to have the outside. We've seen the outside get the runs coming back to the stripe. So we're going to see here off of 4, Culture pulling side by side with MVP. Culture now pulling ahead with the lead, and he's going to hold it back at the line. So Culture will now be the leader. Caution back out again here late. Now, we would hate for the race directors to throw in a long interval here, because now that's back-to-back yellows. Because before in the race, we started at around, I believe we started at around 10-lap intervals at the start of the race, because obviously this is a long race. We want to get this event rolling. But here towards the end, I feel like we can afford to take our time. We're doing good in terms of race time.
So the officials discussed, and they have told every driver that if we have another caution in rapid succession, there'll be a 5-lap interval placed from that point on.
All right, so 5-lap interval that could be put into place if we get another yellow. That's from race control. See the difference in the broadcast quality when I have you here? We're able to listen in very clearly. We're able to know what's happening. It's better.
Hey, it's not that I didn't want to be here, okay? I had some bullshittery happen to me.
No, you said you had what? You had homework? And
yeah, college work that was sprung on me the last second. Uber excited about it.
What do you mean at the last second? Did it get assigned today and you needed to do it?
Yeah.
Can the professor be fired then if they needed to?
No, unfortunately not.
Well, is the professor a dean of a department?
Not that I know of. I don't really know what they all do. I just kind of go to their classes and show up.
Okay, well, I would definitely consider reporting them if they're not the dean. How do you assign something on the same day that you... This isn't even a class day. It's Sunday.
I know.
And watch that be a mistake that your professor made.
And then you know how pissed I'm gonna be. You know how pissed I will be about it.
And then
you know how pissed I will be. The wrath I will unfold.
I just better not see you on like some sort of national news network like CNN. Okay, don't make it that big of a deal. But
yeah, I'm actually gonna go big on CNN.
Oh God. Okay. Now this is interesting. Culture is going to elect the outside lane. Almost every leader today has elected the inside line for the restarts. Because I believe it doesn't really matter if you're going to be on that inside line on the restart, because you know you're going to get a good jump.
Here's something that I've been witnessing just before we come to the green here is the race to the line. Usually the outside car's been winning it, so that could be why he wants that spot.
Could be, yes. So we're going to see if that places him in prime position here. Field will get going back under green here and around lap 185. And Culture leads him back around. And we're going to see here how long he's going to be able to hang on to that lane. Because also we've seen guys who get caught dry on that inside line. They're not able to hang on and hold on to it. Culture gets the run off of turn 2. Just pulls a slight bit ahead. And Kart Racer looks like he's going to make a move on MVP to the inside. Didn't get that run.
But Splick,
Culture!
Oh, wrecking Splick and Culture.
Splick and Culture. Splick was around.
Caution at line.
Caution at the line. It's Kart Racer and MVP. Kart Racer able to beat him at the line.
Now caution interval is inactive.
Caution interval will be active. It's going to be a 5-lap interval. So by the time we get going back to green, it's going to be lap 188. So then, by rule, if we get back green on 188, then that will mean, what, lap 193?
Yes.
I believe cautions would then be available.
Yes.
Okay, so then that's when cautions would then become available. Oh, I didn't even notice some first-time chats. MRT Fortune? Oh, I know Fortune, yeah. Then Ray suggested come join us on Sundays. Hey, every now you should join us on Sundays. Now, we don't run full race Daytona 500s every weekend, but this is a special weekend. We are continuing with race 3 of the XRS Cup Series at Eagle Rock Speedway over next week, so that should be fun. It will be our regular time. And then Red Controller saying, come on, bagged. First time chat as well. Now, I don't expect many people, if anyone, to go into pit road at this point.
Well, you have 2 takers, so.
And they're at the back, so. So yeah, so Culture got caught up with Splick there.
And this is
again in more league. Okay.
this is just kind of the driver's clock counting down and counting down. So as the clock counts down, you're going to see the aggressive level go exponentially upward. And when we hit 13 laps, we might as well have been on 5 laps to go for the 80-lap Daytona.
Mm-hmm.
So this is why you're seeing, the aggression go so much higher, so many laps sooner compared to the 80-lap is because it's so much, the race length is so much longer.
We're gonna see here. Looks like we have. Yeah, we got another one cheering on Bagged to the front. So Bagged Veloster, well, he's 13th. At one point, he was in the lead pack, but I don't think he's ever taken the lead in this race today. But this will definitely get close. It's going to get interesting here at the end. And still, throughout all these smaller wrecks that we haven't had the big one yet. The biggest wreck that we had was back, I believe this was back around lap 70? I'm not sure. It was a while ago, but Jankum, he almost got into the catch fence here off of turn 4. So that was a big wreck that we had earlier in the race. Here we haven't had the big one. So we still have around 13 laps to get it.
Oh, yeah.
All right. There's going to be Kart Racer, MVP. MVP, at this point, we can probably say he's been the most dominant car of the day, just staying up here at the front. Kart Racer definitely was not a contender in the first half of this race, is a contender in the second half. We're back racing.
Right now, everyone kind of kept their own positions. The Big Mav is now going to move down to the inside. This is going to leave Kart Racer with a little bit of an opening compared to MVP, though. Pretty wide in row 2. Big Mav on bottom, Black End in the middle. Save it! No! MVP around!
And I believe you're actually ahead. Because that, by the time you said that, he didn't even get in contact with another car yet. But more carnage happening here.
The flag will be out. So they deemed it was enough cars.
So, so they deemed enough cars got involved in that incident to spark a yellow. So the rule is, like I know some of you are just saying, wait, didn't we just have a caution interval in place? The ruling is there are only 2 exceptions to having a caution. One in an interval. So first being that an incident happens where we deem that half the field wrecked, as they're now racing back to the line, Culture and Stancy, and it will be Culture. Yeah, you're a couple seconds ahead. Stop that.
I'm not trying to. I'm just commenting what I'm seeing.
See, I don't know if I should leave and join back then, but I know there was that glitch a while ago, and I don't want to do it now with 11 laps to go.
I'm gonna do it while they're under caution, because there's a lot of people damaged, so it's going to be some people to the pit.
Well, there was 3 cars who went into pit lane right away. And looks like that was Jankum, MVP, and the Big Mav.
Okay. Did a lap car just go by them for you?
Yes, a lap car.
Let me know when he gets to the line on your screen.
Okay.
He just passed the line for me.
He's at the line now.
Okay, so there's still I'm still ahead by a fair bit.
So you're still ahead by about a second and a half.
Yeah.
Kart Racer decides to go into pit road here. I don't know if he got tagged. So now that cycles Culture back out to the lead. And if we have another interval here then, that would make it to where we're green to the end. Because the cutoff is lap 197. So if we get back going green lap 192, 5-lap interval, I mean, you can do the math there. We would be green to the end. So I don't know. I would recommend if you can clarify that potentially with race control.
Yeah, I'm already on it.
So whether or not they're going to allow more cautions here in this little over half a lap they have to decide. Because this is definitely up to race control whether they want to have. Whoa! Blackened and rags. What happened there? I don't know if that was aggression or if because well, Drags didn't retaliate, so I'm assuming Blackened either tried to warm up his tires too hard or he accidentally dropped something and hooked dead right. Pretty much door slammed Rags. So AK, as they're approaching 4 here, anything?
Intervals. So only lap 96 will have a caution available.
Okay, so they're
just
gonna. Okay, so they're gonna shorten the interval by about a lap. So that will make it to where lap 196 will be the only lap available for cautions. We're back going to green. Will this be the last restart of the night? Culture getting caught out on the high line. Don't know if he's going to get stuck in that third lane or not. Blackened able to clear, and he's going to jump in front of Culture. So Blackened is going to be that first car on the outside, and Tomato Drifts has made his way back up through the field. He was also a dominant car with MVP in the early half of this race.
Oh, I thought we were going to have a car in the about third row back shoot right up the track. It looked like he was for a second.
So now Culture is going to be that lead car in the outside lane. Blackened in the middle. It's going to be Stancy Boy leading that inside line. And Stancy, I believe, who is that behind him?
Flag.
That is Flag. Okay, I couldn't tell. It was 2 similar cars right behind each other, so I couldn't tell who there. What happened? Whoa, Culture! Forza Walled. That spun them around. Kart Racer, one of the cars spinning to the inside of the track. Others
Will be
spinning.
enough cars again.
Is it going to be enough cars again to be deemed a yellow?
It has been deemed a yellow.
It has been deemed a yellow. Oh my goodness. So now here, Stancy Boy trying to lead him back to the line. Blackened going to be fighting on the outside. He got him. And what it has been here the end of this race. This is incident after incident now happening. So that was not the final restart of the night, but this will be.
Just listening to the officials, there could be a Forza issue, potentially. And it won't be restarting because of it, but there might be an issue where one of the drivers can't see another one. Red flag. Check out.
Red?
Yellow
Red
flag.
Oh, okay. So
they were going to park it.
Twitch, I'm not sure if you saw the first half of that. There was definitely cars spinning. There was around 4 cars that actually got spun around in that. A caution now called here towards the end of the race. So this is going to leave to where this will probably be the last restart of the night, meaning for sure, because we're getting closer to that window. And technically, we're probably going to get restarted back on lap 196. And
yeah.
so unless race control deems that it's going to be like we can get a green flag and then cautions are out immediately for that 1 lap, or they're going to be off and we're going to be green for the rest of the race.
I believe 197 is their cutoff.
Yeah, so 197 is the cutoff. But the question is, for this restart, are they going to allow for that 1 lap precautions to happen? It's literally only going to be on the restart lap when we get back to green that a caution would happen.
Yeah. I think they'll kind of play like how they have. If there's enough cars that have been spun, then they will call it. However, I imagine if it's just a 1 or 2 car, we might see it still go to green. I believe the cars involved in the 4 is the issue currently where where one car can't see. The other is, I believe, Josh cannot see Culture.
Yep.
Now I know both those guys were near the front on that last caution when that caution happened, so I believe that could have been part of an issue.
So Blackened and Stancy will lead the field to green here at the restart. And like we said, if we've been playing it like it's been here the past couple of laps. They will get the field back underway. And here we go. Back to green flag racing here at Daytona. This could be the final restart of the night. We don't know. But here, Blackened able to take an early lead. Stancy, and now Flag going to take advantage with a run on the inside. Not much organization. Stancy now goes down.
Bear's going to go to the outside. Bear's going to go to the outside. Will he clear? Not quite. Not quite. He had a good run. Had a huge run on the outside, but just going to get clear from the leaders there.
And so now we're already back to 3x3. It's going to be Tomato on that outside. Blackened in the middle. Flag on the inside. And here we will be approaching the caution cutoff at the line. This race is deemed official. So it doesn't matter if they wreck now, even if it's more than half the field, no incident will be called.
Yep, so now you're going to see it be very, very aggressive. You can see the entire field is pretty much 3 wide at this point now.
The entire field stacked up here. Everyone jostling around on the straightaways, especially towards the back, trying to figure out what line do I want to be a part of to get me to the lead in this Daytona 500.
We'll see how long they can keep this. There's a lot of shuffling around. One car into the wall, kept straight though, but now everyone's kind of jostling. Oh, there's
one car below the double yellow. That was Stancy, who was below the yellow a little bit. Who was that around? I believe that was John. John, and then it looked like Splick. So they got around, trouble in the back, but like we said, no incident will be called here at the end. We're inside the final handful of laps.
Oh, outside line got checked the big.
And that was because Bagged, I believe, got into the wall a little bit. So he's going to fall behind. Kart Racer ducks down now to the middle. And that's going to leave Rags around. EMC Rags turned around. They're starting to drop like flies here. One by one. Now Stancy Boy going to be leading the third lane on the outside. Flag in the bottom. Blackened still in the middle through this whole time. Now Kart Racer looked like he tried to get a run in there for a moment.
Still about 6 or 7 cars that any one of these cars can make a win here if something happens for them, right?
Kart Racer just pushed his way through. He's now on the inside, but he's not that lead car. Flag leading him off of turn 4 with Blackened. Kart Racer making a move almost 4 wide for a second. 2 laps to go in the Daytona 500.
And Kart's going to be able to get the momentum and push to the lead. Not quite clear Flag like he might have wanted to. They're going to group up again now. Now about still another 6, 7, maybe 8 cars that can still win this if you give them the right moment and given the right circumstances.
2 by 2 by 2. Not enough cars to really form a third lane comfortably, but you never know. Jankum looks like he's trying to get into the mix into that third line, but it's just him. Bagged looked like he might try to help him, but not at the moment. Kart Racer leading through the middle. Flag on the bottom. Jankum in second on the inside. Blackened second on the middle. Here they come. Around, and it's the white flag. We're on the final lap in the 500.
do believe a car did hit the inside wall very far in the back, but they're still going. The lead pack's still together, trying to form up. You're seeing a run. Blacken going to move to the inside. Now going to be 4 wide for second place.
Kart Racer, he's in the prime position where we've seen cars be dominant today. Blackened almost went below the yellow, almost got cut around, but here they come. They're 3 wide through 3 and 4. This will be the finish of the Daytona 500. Here they come. Kart Racer through the middle. It's Flag on the bottom. Jacob makes a run to the outside. Not able to get it done. Kart Racer, winner of the Daytona 500.
Yeah, sorry to say it, fan. I knew that about 10 seconds ago.
Yeah, just shut it, okay? I didn't need to hear nothing from you. My God, my overlays, I hate them today. I hate them today. So now, Kart Racer, aside from winning this race, he has just locked in his ticket to the All-Star race that we're going to host in December. So unofficially, your top 3 is Kart Racer, Jenkem, and Flag. And there it is, deemed right there on your screen. So now we're still going to try and get top 3 for post-race interviews going and underway. Do I like this tune? I wasn't in the race game. Why am I getting asked that?
Do you like this tune? Oh yeah, I loved it
like
from
the
spectating. It looked great.
Tune looked great. Spectating turned 10. Tune looked awesome. My God. All right, let's try and get this top 3 in here for post-race.
And we're going to see. So we have Jacob and Cart in the party. Flag tried to join, but it said it didn't allow him to. So we're going to try one more time to get him in.
You like that?
I saw that, AK. All right, let's go ahead and we'll get audio checks underway here.
Hello, fam.
Hello.
Okay, I'm adjusting your guys' audio just a little bit. Make sure you guys' audio is added in the stream. I believe I heard Jacob and Cart, but Flag, make sure if there's a check mark on the Xbox party that you hit that. Oh, okay, so then hopefully it automatically updated you. Let's see. Okay, so at the moment, okay, let's go ahead. We'll do mic check one by one. So, Kart Racer, go ahead.
Hello.
Okay, Jenkum, go ahead.
Hello.
That was a big delay, but yes, I've heard you. Okay. And then Flag, go ahead. Okay, so Flag, you actually didn't came up on stream. So it's up to you whether or not you want to do your post race if we're not even able to get you connected here. All right. All right, you go ahead. Good race. Congrats on the top 3 for tonight. Yep, we'll see you.
Have a good one.
Right, so I guess that leaves it easy. Who's interviewing who?
Yeah, I'm getting Cart, right?
Fuck you. No. Okay, so you're gonna get so you get Jacob here, and I'm gonna get Cart. So AK, you go right ahead with
I know
Jacob.
who I'm taking. Okay, jokes were made. Jokes were made. Anywho's a Melissa. We're gonna start off with Jacob, who got obviously second place here tonight. Very close race. Almost had Cart right at the line. Unfortunately, just not quite enough. Cart had a huge jump coming out of turn number 4, and unfortunately, you just didn't have enough. But I mean, obviously, today was more of an endurance race than anything for all of us. So, um, when you're approaching these longer races, how do you kind of have to prepare for these?
Really, you just have to uh know that it's gonna be long, I guess. I mean, just try to stay focused at it the whole time, and it's not really like a normal sprint race like what we normally have, so just try to keep your head in it. And at one point I was like 4 laps down, so that was a little annoying at the time, but somehow clawed back out of it.
Yeah, and to continue on with again, obviously you were, I mean, a perfect example. You were a car that was 3 or 4 laps down early on in the race. It looked like maybe unless a couple cautions went your way, you might have had a very slim chance of being able to do much. But again, miraculously, because we're at Daytona, anything can happen, as they say at Daytona, and you got those laps back because of other cautions. So, how do you kind of, again, when you're in those situations of a couple laps down, maybe a lap or two down, 3 laps down, how do you keep yourself level headed and just keep pushing forward for that?
Well, that's something I struggled with a little bit at one point. A little annoyed with some other people's decision making, but just trying to make the best of the worst situation, really. Uh, Try not to make a bad situation worse.
Fair enough. What was during those last couple of laps there, once we got going and we knew this was going to go all the way through, we're not going to get another caution. What kind of was going through your head on those last couple laps? How were you trying to put yourself in position to try and get a chance at this win?
Just trying to get myself as far up as I could and uh, try to aim myself towards that middle line. And not really screw up or take anyone else out and take myself out of it from having a chance. Normally, always never end up in the end of these things. Always end up getting wrecked. Well, being pretty good early in the race, but just trying to make calculated moves and wanted to try to figure out how to get Card out of that middle line, but didn't want to wreck him either. So tried doing the best I could to get some kind of run on him. I don't know if I should have started sooner or what, but it is what it is. Just glad to actually finish somewhere decent in one of these things for once.
Well, I definitely say second place is decent, and again, about half a car length from getting that over Cart. But again, fortunately, just Cart had a huge run coming out of 4. But overall, really good race. I wish I could have been here for all of it, but unfortunately, to some unforeseen circumstances, I wasn't able to be. But again, great race here tonight, Jakeem. Congrats on that second place finish and good luck coming into the rest of the season. And to you with first place.
All right, so here we have Kart Racer. Kart Racer, the winner here, and your first crown jewel ticket holder here for the XRS Daytona 500. Kart Racer, you've officially locked yourself into the All-Star race. So you've locked yourself in. You've technically won your own $100. I don't know if you were ended up doing that or not, but definitely looked like through the first half of that race, that first 100 laps, you didn't look like you were trying to really contest for track position up front. It did not look like you were in a good position to even be up in the top 5 at some points during that race. But obviously, that was just only the first 100 laps. In the second 100 laps, you rallied yourself back up in better position. It looked like you got yourself on good pit strategy there until we had those cautions happening back-to-back towards the end. And in fact, one of those incidents you got yourself in. So going through that back and forth moment there, even in your last 50 laps of this race, what was your mindset? You rallied back from an incident there at the end, and you were able to get the win.
Well, for starters, the first 100 laps, I don't know what happened, but Flag made us lose the draft. So we were trying our hardest all to make it back up there, and for some reason, during those first few restarts, I don't know what was going on, but we had a few people, myself included, for some reason the tune wasn't on. So that was a little frustrating. So I had a little bit of a annoying start, especially when you're hosting the lobby and the lobby's supposed to work, and then you have Forza deciding we have other plans. But no, the last 50 laps, I thought I was gonna nail it on strategy, and we were gonna have a nice 4-lap car or 4-car race to the finish. But it didn't happen because me and Snoff decided to stay inside each other until turn 1. Then he finally got through, and by the time I let off, I was already kind of on the banking and kind of not on the banking, and just spun myself out. So that was not a very good move on my part. But for most of the race, I was just trying to keep it safe, stay out of trouble. It didn't really pay off until the very end, I guess, because I still found myself in a bunch of trouble. But towards the end, it was just literally just have to make sure that I'm outside of that whole fiasco of wrecks or ahead of it. And that was the biggest factor towards the end, especially coming up on 5 to go. I managed to get myself up into the middle lane or the top lane at the time because we only had two lanes going. And I just had to keep flag pinched down and make sure that whoever was on the high side wasn't going to get there in time, and it worked out. I'd say I'm very happy to keep my $100, and now I gotta pay $75 out to second and third. So
All right. Well, you become the first official XRS Crown Jewel winner. You're not the first 500 winner, as we've ran other Daytona 500 style races in the past. In fact, I'm sure you remember the first race used to be a Daytona 500, a full-length 200-lap race. But we've come a long way from that. Now we're here into this new Crown Jewel setup. And I guess I could ask you this because you also own the sucker. How did we feel about this overall Crown Jewel style events, and what can we expect for the other races moving forward? And are you excited at all? Because now we can have this build up, and you are already locked in, my friend, to the All-Star race in December.
well, let's put it this way. I think I'll admit fault on this. I think we definitely got everything all set up a little bit late. We only had 22 people show up for the race or sign. We had 32 signups, which was great, but then we had only 22 truly sign ups. We had 33 people get the role, 22 actually sign up, 23 actually sign up, and 4 people didn't make it into the show. So, or I should say they did make it into the show, but 4 people decided, I guess I'm not going to race 500 laps for $100. So
Not 500 laps. No. That would be
200 laps, 500 miles.
500
I meant
laps. Where do you
miles.
think we are?
We'd be here for another 3 hours.
We need to rotate commentators on that one card. I don't know. You need a second broadcast team.
I'm not looking for 24 hours of Daytona. Sorry.
Yeah, but I think that was our only big fault on why we didn't get as big of a showing as we did. Another fault of ours, or mine, is having the duels not set up the same day. I think if we had the duels set up on the same day as the race day, then it would be a long day of racing for sure. I will say that.
For sure, yes. It will be a long day of racing.
I would say have the duel for next year, at least if we're still on this game or if we're on the new NASCAR game, if that's any good. That we're probably going to make those changes. We'll give everyone a week, 2 weeks in advance to sign up with the role, and then they can sit there and sign up with their numbers a week in advance, and then that next week we'll host qualifying times sessions, and they weren't mandatory to sign up for this time around, but it was more so an idea, and I think people got turned off by that.
Mhm.
For
Alright.
future crown jewels, I'd say we're just gonna announce them earlier.
All right. Well, it definitely was a great race that we had overall tonight. I definitely think that we were on track for where we wanted this race to be at, considering, because the stream right now is running at 4 hours and 2 minutes. But that obviously is not the amount of time that the race took. The race itself, this broadcast is roughly, I'm going to say, 45 minutes worth of just interviews pre-race and pre-stream. So we'll say just a little bit over 3 hours the actual race itself
Race
took.
time was 3 hours and 9 minutes.
There you go. Yeah, just a little bit over 3 hours. 3 hours, 9 minutes. So I definitely think that was on track of where we wanted the race to be anyway. A lot of people were worried this could have been a 4-hour race. I had very little, I don't know, what would be... No, I had hope that it wasn't going to be. I had hope that it wasn't going to be a 4-hour race. We'll put it at that. And so luckily it wasn't that. It's a 4-hour stream, but still not a 4-hour race. So, Cart, congrats on your win here. Obviously, this locks you into the All-Star race later this year. But then we also have the Coke 600 and the Brickyard 400 later this year. So those two races, hopefully, if we do them correctly, they can also be equally as exciting. But who knows? The Daytona 500 is the Daytona 500 after all. But congrats on your win here today. And hopefully this gives you a little bit more of a momentum push. Getting back into the Cup Series. Season 14 will continue as we roll in next week at Eagle Rock Speedway. We will be back at our regular starting times. No special events and qualifying throughout the week. So we will see all of you guys there. And Cart, we will see you there as well.
Well, I'll be hosting it, so I hope you see me there.
I hope to.
Thank you.
If we don't see Cart there, then something's gone seriously wrong.
Yeah.
You might want
Anyway.
to call the authorities.
So for now here, AK. So you definitely had some enjoyment there at the end. You saw roughly the last 30 laps of the race. I gave you as much of a big rundown as I could of what happened there, but still, it's nothing that you're really going to see differently from a race at Daytona. A great finish like we saw there at the end.
Yeah, I mean, Daytona is always going to produce great finishes. That's just kind of known. And again, this one was no less than that, right? We had a lot of action near the end of the race, right when I came in, either luckily enough for me or to the detriment of the drivers. I couldn't tell you, but overall, I mean, from what the small snippet that I got, it was definitely a good race for the last 30 laps of the race that I witnessed. But yeah, I mean, again, there's not much more to be said. It's Daytona. We always know what to expect with it. We always know we're going to see a fair few crashes, a good finish at the end, and it's going to be an exciting race for us to watch.
All right, but now, AK, we go back to our regular times. Let's hope your professor doesn't charge you with extra homework here.
I get charged? When did I get charged?
I don't
What did
know,
I get charged
but you're
with?
gonna get charged. But anyway, hopefully we see you there on time and ready for the full race at Eagle Rock into next week. Some short track action that we're gonna see for XRS, so should be exciting there. But for now, we're gonna sign off for tonight. Thank you to everyone who tagged along and watched. I loved the amount of viewership that we got today. I love the chat engagement that we got today. So overall, great stream, guys. Thank you for hanging in there all the way from start to finish, those of you who watched all the way through. And now we will sign off for today. Like I said, we will see you at Eagle Rock Speedway next week for Sunday, getting back into season